Hey, what's going on, guys? Let's try to finish LB6 tonight. Probably won't, because we still have a ton of reading to do, I think. Because chapters 28, 29 are both extremely long. Chapter 30 is kind of like whatever. Hey, Omni stuff. How's it going? I'm surprised you're still up at this hour. It's not even a weekend yet. Not as nearly as long as you think. Well, that's good. Hopefully I can finish it by tonight, because I don't want to be streaming too long, because ideally I'd like to finish my Blade video by the end of tonight. So that means I'll probably pull another all-nighter. But that probably won't happen, realistically speaking. Night shifts? Okay. Good luck with the night shifts. Hopefully they're not too bad. Anyways, let's get started. Completed all of part 3 in around 6 hours. Okay. Hopefully the same for me too, just in half the amount of time. Not bad at all. The best in Europe. I mean, hey, at least it lets you watch my streams at around this time too. I mean, today's just gonna be a short stream where I just read the rest of LB6, so nothing too much going on here at least. All right, let's get started. So this is Avalon, the planet's inner sea. This is where proper human history's King Arthur is said to have gone after he died. Right? There's no such thing as evil in paradise. It's a separate world that neither influences nor is influenced by the surface, no matter how apocalyptic things may be up there. All there is here is hope. This place is a workshop that weaves together all possibilities to lead this planet and you guys to a happy ending. That being said, these are still only the remnants of Avalon, a shadow being projected into the British Lost Belt. The tower imprisoning me isn't here, so there isn't much mana in the air, and there's no lake where fairies gather. The only thing here is the site of selection. The forge where the 6 fairies were supposed to create the sacred sword. The site of selection. Is that anything like the stone that contained the sword of selection in the Legend of King Arthur? The one that Arthur found when he was still a squire being raised as Sir Ector's adopted child. The one he pulled the sword of selection from to demonstrate that he was destined to be king? That's right. It basically signifies the same thing, and my job is to guide you all there. There, see that altar on top of that hill? That's your destination. Hey Hannah, how's it going? It's only a stone throws away, but you'll need to pass through a few checkpoints of sorts to reach it. Think of them as Avalon's defense mechanism, one final test to make sure everything's in order. Everything the Fairy of Paradise has done to date will appear there as obstacles to be overcome. Hey King Timaeus, how's it going, man? Welcome back. How are you? I'm doing alright. Been dealing with IRL bullshit for basically this entire week. But I'm trying to power through it. So, more shorter streams this week as I cope with that. Heat's giving you a headache. Make sure you drink lots of water. And yeah, stay safe. Shirtless, you have to deal with the heat. That's right. You'll be going over a scrapbook of her life, so to speak, and making sure there are no loose ends. It'll be a journey in its own right, one that starts with a cold, unforgiving winter and ends with a warm, fun spring. Based on how things have gone before, it's safe to say the first obstacle will be the hardest, for many reasons. 2, your job is to remove those obstacles and help the Fairy of Paradise advance. Don't worry, you'll be going from the hardship to good times, so it'll only get easier the closer you get. And just so we're clear, let me repeat, the Fairy of Paradise's duty is to create the sacred sword. By doing so, the British lost belt will lose its divergence point, and human history will stabilize once again. Without its tree of emptiness, the British lost belt will simply fade away, like all the others. Sorry to hear IRL is being a pain, hopefully it gets better for you. Yeah, I just need... The worst of it is gone. The worst of it is already past, I think. So, we'll see. It specifically has to do with, like, some fucking water leaks in my bathroom in my house. I have to get that fixed first and foremost. So you can imagine how irritated I am not being able to take showers whenever I want in weather like this. So. But yeah, hopefully I'll get it fixed soon. But we'll see how fast we'll see how slowly my HOA decides to act. And most importantly, the Sacred Sword's creation will lead directly to the protection of human history. Hey, Dark Paravel, how's it going, man? Were this Britain to mix proper human history, mix with proper human history, the result would be a world that never had the Sacred Sword. That would close off the route you have to take to defeat the foreign god. Then again, the foreign god can't stop the collapse either, so you'd both be screwed there. Anyway, I think that's everything you need to know. Any questions? Come on, dude. Why so glum? It's okay. There's nothing to worry about. I'm still a child of prophecy, remember? This is the moment I've been working toward all this time. I rang all the bells so I could come here. Besides, I've known this was my duty since I rang the 4th bell in Orkney. I'd planned to come here alone since once Knocknaria was coronated. But, so don't worry about anything else, okay? Besides, Chaldea needs one of those, divine construct things, too, right? Then we better hurry. I'm going to protect the Britain I grew up in. And you guys are going to take back the world you grew up in. We need to do this to make both of those things happen, and now it's time to get it, that's all. This will be the end of our journey. I'm lucky my pilgrimage has been so much fun. Now come on, Tuhu, let's head to the site of selection. Besides, it's not every day you get to go to Avalon, so let's make the most of it. Just watch my back until it's over, okay? Hey, Varix. Lost Spell Series, skipping that because you still need to finish mine. Have a nice year. Yeah, no problem, Varix. Yeah, this is the end of the chapter, so... Or this is, like, the very last few chapters of LB6, so... Yeah. Completely understandable. But yeah, we'll see you next time. Man, this sure is a huge flower garden. Couldn't be more different from Britain burning to the ground. So the fact that it's called Land of the Young must mean there's plenty of food to go around, and people have all the time they could want, right? Yeah, makes sense. There's no war or animosity here. Not much reason to do anything bad if you don't gotta take anything from anyone to have what you need. That's true. When you have everything you need, there's no void for you to fill. That's another way this place is very different from the British Lost Belt, which literally had to be built by filling in the sea with the bodies of dead fairies. Speaking of which, this seems like a good time to tell you about what's going on above ground. The prophecy may have said that there are 2 calamities, a red one and a black one. Actually, though, there's no limit to the number of calamities. Remember that. New calamities will continue to appear as long as their source remains. The calamities will never go away until Cernunnos, the being continually punishing the fairies for their sins, is truly vanquished. Furthermore, thanks to Morgan's hard work, fairies born in the land of the Fae can migrate to proper human history. That means the calamities won't be contained to Britain. They'll spread into and then all across the bleached world until nothing remains of proper human history. It would basically be a smaller scale version of the King of Mages' incineration of humanity. So you guys need to defeat every last one of the calamities before that happens. I see. Then we can't let Cernunnos' curse spread any further. We need to stop its calamities while they're still contained in Britain. Exactly. The calamity burning down Britain right now is actually the Great Calamity that was supposed to happen 1,000 years ago. Morgan averted that calamity by passing on to a Fang clan fairy. Bargus, the leader of the Black Dogs. She's not the fairy you knew anymore. She's now burning all of Britain as the Black Calamity, the Calamity of the Beast. This is all foreseeable. She was born the child of calamity, after all. It was Morgan who sealed that fate away by gifting her a name. She said that as long as Bargus was Gawain, she would never become a mythical hound. But even that could only go so far. Bargus was already at her limit, even without you guys defeating her. Honestly, it's impressive she lasted as long as she did. This won't be easy to hear, but you need to understand. Once you get back to the surface, you'll have to fight more than just Cernunnos. Like I said, we can't afford to let the calamities leave Britain. Letting some fairies migrate to proper human history was a nice idea. Unfortunately, in Bargus's case, that was never an option. As for the other calamity, Cernunnos, that one you can fight without having to feel bad or worry. His soul was shattered 14,000 years ago. Now he's just a corpse that's not quite done dying. That said, he's still a very powerful god. His flesh has grown thick enough over those millennia to rival Albion's spirit cavern, and his cursed layer is equivalent to 400 kilometers worth of geological stratum. You'll need the God of Wisdom's curse dispelling, and all the fighting forces Chaldea can muster, and a divine construct made especially to combat Cernunnos. Even then, you'll only just be able to scrape by. Thinking about it, you honestly may not stand a chance. And I can't help you either, since I can't leave this place. The best I can do is show you the way. Ah, man, I really was hoping to avoid this storytelling in total annihilation. I know, right? If only we had a Godslayer's weapon lying around somewhere. But we do. We have the perfect trump card for taking on Cernunnos. In fact, it'll be a piece of cake. Really? But where is that trump card? It's Muramasa! Say what? Oh, come on. Don't you remember? You told us you could cut any god you came across. In fact, you were bragging about how you cut a gigantic one clean in half in that Olympus place. So there's no reason you can't do the same thing here. And since you didn't do anything noteworthy in Camelot, this will be your chance to clean your name. Is that what you say in proper human history? I see. Good to know. Well, sure, if you really want me to. If you really want me to, I can try to cut him down. There, see, he can do it. Just goes to show, it never hurts to ask. Sheesh, you're finally letting yourself be selfish, and that's the first thing you say? I said I'd try, okay? Don't get your hopes up. Not sure how much I can do against that thing. Artoria? Master, Artoria just disappeared. Is this one of those checkpoints you mentioned, Merlin? Yep, this is the first. She's facing her own memories now. And while she's doing that, you guys will need to fight and defeat those. Close, but no cigar. Come on, get your head in the game. Those are radical, abstract embodiments of Artoria's winter memories. She'll never be able to leave those memories until you defeat them. But they shouldn't pose any major threat to you now that you come this far. Go on and give them a good thrashing. I'll fight too, of course. It's been ages since I last showed up, after all. Plus, I've been wanting to see how much stronger you and Mash have grown up close and in person. I think Melusine should have enough charge for this. Even though her battery, I don't have her battery at level 100 yet. Never used Merlin during this part of the story, but is he still the OP version where his MP also gets the instant heal too? I don't know. That's a good question. Oh, we fight all these guys at once. Okay, I guess I didn't need to worry about that. Did you really get a Star Rail ad before joining the stream? They know. Now I gotta do a Muramasa Kuranunos battle. I'll probably just abuse Van Gogh against him, to be honest. Excuse me. And that's actually not all that surprising, or that's not actually all that surprising. Those are Castor's most painful memories given physical form. We have no way of knowing what they are, but by defeating him, we felt some of the same feelings that they inspire in her. Huh? Where'd you guys all go? You just disappeared on me out of nowhere. I was really worried. Hey, you disappeared. We've been fighting off weird Moors and... Now, Muramasa, all in good time. She has ablution she needs to perform to enter the site of selection, and we have obstacles to remove. We only have three more of these to go. Let's just take them one at a time. Whatever you have to say can wait until after we've reached the site of selection. So, I don't have to do any fighting this time? Sounds good to me. Oh, come on, let's keep going. Himiko is more for the heck of it. I could try using Himiko too. I do have her triple lord after all. Whenever I closed my eyes, this is where I'd be. It didn't matter if I was awake or asleep. I'd still be shivering from the frigid wind. Howling, wind strong enough to shatter your ears. With nothing to protect me, my body feels cold as ice. Surrounded by pitch darkness with nothing for warmth and no hope of escape. That's how I grew up. For me, Britain was pure hell. The prophecy was true. She will be our salvation. She will be our absolution. She is the savior who washed up on our shore, along with the name Artoria. May you grow healthy and strong to the age of 16. May the Queen's soldiers never find you. Now go on. Hurry, 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 hurry. Hurry and greet your 16th birthday. We have complete faith in you, which is why you must give everything you have for us. A small newborn fairy washed ashore in a boat loaded with all kinds of treasure. What an incredible stroke of luck! This girl must be the child of prophecy. What a horrible omen. If the High Queen finds out about her, we'll all be done for. The village fairies' opinions were split right down the middle, but they all agreed on what should be done. At least the child of prophecy should be useful. We'll raise her ourselves until she turns 16. Though she's a fairy of paradise, right? I don't like her. I'm sure she's gonna mock us. She doesn't deserve a proper house. What do humans do? What do humans do with creatures like that again? I know, they raise them as livestock. We can make her a lovely little stable. The other villages will never find out about her if we say we're raising a horse. We can keep the child of prophecy all for ourselves. The fairies of Tintagel treated me as a precious resource. I had almost no magical energy, which made them all worry about me. It's been 4 years since she got here, and she still has barely any magical energy. Poor thing, she may as well be a human. I can't believe she still can't do anything impressive. I'm worried. Will she be able to survive like this? I know, we need to train her. We need to be harder on her, methodical with her. We can't even give her time to sleep. Forgive us, Caster. This is all for your own good. The way you are now, you can't even dream of being the child of prophecy, and we don't have any time for dreams. We really need to have her grow at least a little. You can barely tell her apart from a human. No one will believe she's the child of prophecy like this, not even when she turns 16. Who cares if she can defeat the queen or not? All that matters is that she's valuable. It doesn't matter whether she's the real child of prophecy or not, she just has to look the part so we can get rich. Why else would we bother taking in the fairy of paradise? We just have to make sure she doesn't die. We don't have to worry about her running away. She's much too weak to do that. But the village fairies didn't know that my Fey eyes still worked. However much I wished I couldn't, I always saw the true feelings they kept to themselves. Deep down, they all feared and loathed me. The fairies that feared me believed in the child of prophecy with all their hearts and worked me like a slave. The fairies that loathed me hated the fairy of paradise and abused me without a second thought. Aside from all that, all anyone felt for me was indifference. I was considered a precious resource, but treated like I wasn't even there. But I couldn't blame them for that. I more or less knew what my duty was. I was to bring salvation to the fairies of Britain, to free them from their suffering, and to save them in the true sense of the word. Even as a child, I understood that fulfilling my duty would mean the end of Britain as it existed now. I could deal with the slave driving, the abuse, and the disinterest because I knew the reasons behind them, but this sound was too much to bear. Asleep or awake, there was never a time I didn't hear it. Howls of deceit, howls of self-interest, howls of selfishness, howls of envy, the sounds I could never shut out, the sounds of the fairies' true feelings. It was enough to make me lose track of where I was and where I was meant to go. I hear bells ringing. They tell me to go on a pilgrimage to save the fairies. Honestly, this sound depresses me too. I know it's supposed to be an honorable mission, but how in the world am I supposed to save fairies like that? Ha! Ha! Yeah! Die! So that's why I'm out in this nearby field again, hard at work on my training. Today is another day of close quarters combat practice with the staff selection, which arrived with me on my boat as a weapon. I can't use anything like Fey domain, so the only thing I can do with the staff is bop people. Hiya! Ha! It was an early afternoon in my 6th year, and I just collapsed from exhaustion. My melee combat training was the only time I had to myself once the villager keeping an eye on me left, figuring I was so weak I wouldn't be able to escape anyway. Uh-huh. Then, just as my voice was trailing off. Yeah, that was nasty. The fairies at your place are pretty horrible, you know that? Huh? Did you just talk, staff? No, I'm not the staff of selection. I'm just a nosy old busybody. I just couldn't take how awful Tintagel is anymore, or how sickening it is to see you doing everything they tell you. Oh, this is Merlin. I just had to say something. Ugh, I swear. I wasn't planning on getting involved, but now I just don't think I have a choice. Listen up. I'm Merlin. Merlin, the Mage of Flowers. I'm gonna be your teacher from now on. Don't forget it. And that was how I met Merlin, or at least his voice coming from the staff of selection. That was how I began studying to be a mage. Magecraft? I know about that. Queen Morgan uses that. But what exactly is it? What exactly are you gonna teach me? What do you mean? Magecraft, of course. Merlin Magecraft. Trust me, it's really something. Will it let me fly like a bird? Like zoom, whoosh, pshoo. Flying. You'd like to fly, huh? That's a pretty tall order for your first spell. You don't know how to fly? What are you, some kind of quack? Oh no, I can fly easily. I'm the amazing Merlin. But let's hold off on that one for now. Not even the Wind Clan can fly, after all. The sky is a dragon's domain. Only precious few upper-class fairies can go there. So, for your first spell, let's start with something closer to home. Something that'll make your life easier. Tell me, is there anything you could use right now that would make you happy? Well, I guess if I'd like it if nighttime was warmer. My house gets really, really cold. It even freezes over in the winter. I actually lost 2 toes last year because of that. I haven't told anyone else, though. It's too embarrassing. Got it. Well, start getting a lesson ready for you right away. Alright, Omni Stuff, thanks for hanging out. We'll see you next time. Just give me 2 days to find some teaching materials. Merlin taught me all sorts of spells. Heating, detection, healing, linguistics, camouflage, lockpicking, stealth attacks, explosives, and obstacles. Every time I expressed interest in learning a new spell, he'd say, "Sorry, I can't today. You'll just have to wait until the next lesson." And then we'd make Magecraft items together. Those lessons formed the foundation of my Merlin Magecraft. Looking back on it, he must have had to change the spells a lot just so I could use them with my tiny pool of magical energy. Say, why are you teaching me all this when every British fairy hates me? Because I'm not a British fairy. Sorry, just kidding. The fact is, you are the fairy of paradise, no matter what the fairies of your village think. Eventually, most fairies will come to follow you. When they do, you'll need to be the ideal. No. The kind of savior that everyone dreams of. A fantastical savior. Fantastical? That's right. You'll need to be a character straight out of a children's story. Everyone has different fantasies. Some want a strong king, some a kind king, some a scary king, and so on. Your job is to be able to be all of those things. You need to inspire hopes and dreams, or rather, bring them all together. Everything wants to be something different, so a single name would only get in the way. That's why you need to be a nameless king, someone who stands at the edge of the world rather than its center, and serves as a beacon of hope for others just by virtue of existing, glowing starlight shining with possibilities. That's the kind of king I'd like you to become. The kind that can inspire people from atop castle walls, no matter the time or place. Can I really be all that? Well, sure you can. It might be impossible in reality, but anything's possible in fantasy. And people have always had a way of making fantasy become reality. That's why futures we thought we could only dream of eventually stop being dreams. Merlin was very talkative and a lot of fun to be around, but that only lasted for about a year. A fairy girl saw me laughing in the field and reported me to the village elder, who responded by taking away the staff selection until I turned 16 and set out on my journey. From then on, every day was more painful than the last. And that's the end of my winter memories. Alright, what fight is this? Oh, it's the same thing? Okay. Oh, here I go again, setting my entire team all over again. Hey, Fear, how's it going, man? Caught laughing alone with the staff, can't be the only one. It's a feature to who enjoy it. Hey, Echoes, welcome back. This happened when I was 12 years old. So, you're 12 now. You've done well to go this far. Right, I think it's time I sent you on an errand. I'm a little worried about letting you go alone, but you are stronger now that you can use Magecraft. You know where Drift Cape is, yeah? There's an Earth Clan fairy living there. I'd like you to bring this to him. Just make sure you're back by nightfall. Huh? No way. Could that house be... There was no mistaking it. That lone house on top of the cape was an iron theme park, an artisan workshop like Merlin had told me about. The kind of place that at the very top of my bucket list, the kind that couldn't be found in Tintagle. It's a smithy! Yay! Whoa! Cool! Whoa! This is amazing! Even I don't know what I was thinking at the time. I couldn't have acted more suspicious if I tried. I probably looked like a burglar. So it was no surprise when... What are you doing here, girl? Are you trying to get your head split open? Ah! Our first meeting couldn't have gone worse. His name was Hector. He was a blacksmith of the Earth Clan. He was an eccentric who'd been living on the Cape for hundreds of years, and everyone in the village feared him. He was really stubborn and kind of scary looking, but he was a true friend and never once lied to me. That leather pouch is from Tintagle. So you weren't trying to steal my iron? You were bringing me some? So you're not a burglar, huh? So is this from the Tintagle Elder? What was that? What was that? I can't hear you. Speak up. Enunciate. Louder. Hector's hearing was poor, so I had to be really loud if I wanted him to hear me. What's more, he hated fairies. Both his inner voice and his heart were dripping with pitch-black hatred. He's gonna kill me if I stay here too long. He really is gonna split my head open with that hammer. My excitement about being in the real smithy gone, I decided to leave the Elder's package and beat a hasty retreat. But then... Wait, let me get a good look at you. You're the child of prophecy, aren't you? I see. It's already been 12 years since Ainsel made her prophecy. Get back to your village. This is no place for a young girl. I live out in this backwater, so I don't have to see anyone. Don't you ever come here again, got it? I don't have time to deal with a child of prophecy. Get! Now skedaddle, get! Yes, sir. Sorry for the intrusion. In a panic, I made my way out of his house, just avoiding the hammer he threw my way. I ran from the cape straight back to the village. My steps were slow and plodding, with even less pep than usual. But I came back. Didn't I tell you to stay away? What are you doing here? Why didn't you listen to me? Is every fairy with that face actually a boar or maybe a bear? Don't touch that. That's processed iron. It'll give any fairy who touches it awful hot. Looks like you're okay. I see. You might look like a Wind Clan fairy, but you're actually with the Demon Boar clan. Of course, there is no such thing as the Demon Boar clan. So you're not afraid of iron or the forge, huh? What, you got an interest in them? I see. I see. Back again, are you? Well, I doubt anyone else in that village will want to spend time with me. Your outfit's rubbish. Nice that it has a lot of pockets, but the seams and finish are horrible. Here, give your elder a message for me. Tell him I'll give him a discount if he sends someone to help me. Really? Hector, does that mean... Don't call me Hector. Just Grandpa Smithy is fine. You'd be better off here. You'd be better here every other day to help out. Got that? Ugh. I don't know who taught you how to hold a tool, but you're doing it all wrong. You're gonna hurt yourself that way. You gotta learn the fundamentals. Can't have you dying in a shop accident and ruin my reputation. If you're really interested in learning what it takes to be a smith, I can teach you. But don't expect me to pay you. If anything, you ought to be paying me for these lessons. I'll put it all in a tab so you can pay me back when you make it big. And so, I began studying a new field in preparation for my journey as the child of prophecy. Hector was rough and intimidating, but he also excelled at fine craftsmanship and intricate ornamentation. A year after I started helping him, I learned that Hector was famous in certain circles as a master smith. I found out he didn't just take jobs from other villages in southwest Britain. He also occasionally got special orders from big cities like Salisbury, Oxford, and even as far off as Manchester. For example... excuse me, is Sir Hector in? It was the first time a customer had shown up personally at Hector's workshop. I tried to give her a proper welcome so it would reflect well on Hector. Sir Hector, Sir Hector, are you here? I'm Gawain. I sent you an order some time ago. I don't know if it was intentional, or if she just couldn't hear me, but she ignored me completely. So you're Gawain, huh? Never thought I'd see another Tamlin. I can see you're a strong one. You ought to be able to handle his armor, then. It's all ready to go in the back room. If it fits all right, I can pack it up for you today. Give me a hand, Otoria, and make sure you don't drop it. It ain't cheap. Oh, there's no need for that. If it fits well, I'll just wear it out. I see. All right, come with me then. Otoria, you stay here and tidy up. I heard the clatter of armor being put on in the back room, along with Hector and the fairies' conversation. Apparently, she was an amazing upper-class Fang Clan fairy who had been chosen to become a Tamlin. She was also well known in Gloucester's social circles, had impeccable manners, and was as strong as she was tall. And she obviously had enough money to buy the silver armor Hector had been working on for the last 4 years. For some reason, I found myself getting angry. This is fantastic work, Sir Hector. I'm grateful you were here to do it. It was a fulfilling job, the only one I've had since I came here. Really? I would think an artisan of your skill could easily find work anywhere. I know this is rude of me to suggest, but my own city still lacks a sizable smithy. If you think you might be amenable to moving there. Huh? What the hell is she on about? Did you hear that? It almost sounded like a bullfrog, or maybe a night crow. Stay out of this, you idiot. Don't you know she's a Tamlin? But, come on, Grandpa. Who the hell does she think she is, trying to persuade you to move away? I won't deny that I had something of a foul mouth by this point. I blame Merlin for that. Still, I was really pissed, so I marched up to the Tamlin and glared at her, hoping it'd make her leave. Oh, so you must be Sir Ector's apprentice. I can understand how you feel. I would be sad to part ways with a trusted mentor as well. I am therefore willing to forgive this outburst. But regardless, don't talk to me again until you've grown up some. When you're as tall as I am, it's a literal pain in the neck to when you're as tall as I am, when you're tall as I am, it's a literal pain in the neck to talk to smaller people. Not that I imagine anyone of your size could ever even begin to understand what it's like. And with that, the Tamlin up and left. It was clear she had forgotten all about me the moment she stopped speaking to me. Her signature on Ector's order slip didn't say Gawain, it said Bargist. Some weird curse kept me from reading it, but since I can always tell when someone is lying, I could see right through it. I'm gonna remember that name, so you see if I don't. Look what Merlin taught me. Finger. Not bad. I ran out of things to teach you in only 4 years. Apprentice or not, you're a fully fledged smith now. Not much we can do about your lack of magical energy, though. How are things with the village fairies? Do they still believe you're the child of prophecy? Things are the same as ever there. Half the village still doesn't believe I am. Everyone wants to send a child of prophecy on her. Everyone wants to send a child of prophecy on her way, though. So things more or less work out. What about you, Grandpa? Do you think I'm the child of prophecy? Why ask me? I couldn't care less about Tentacle. Now go gather some sand from the beach. We need to make a lot of jewelry starting tomorrow. There's a festival coming up in the Catsith village soon, and they ordered a bunch of cheap trinkets. Ector was very good with his hands, so in addition to weapons, armor, and household items, he also made jewelry. His workbench was always covered with different kinds of ornaments and accessories. What did I join to? Audiobook simulator, what else? He said they were just cheap trinkets meant to fool children, but for someone like me, who had ever only had one outfit to call her own, they may as well have been the crown jewels. They glittered like stars in the night sky, red, blue, green, sometimes even yellow. Apparently, I had a habit of stopping what I was doing and gazing at the barrettes that were all arrayed on the workbench. One day, on my second autumn of helping there, Ector saw me absorbed in them and said, "If you want, go ahead and take one to keep for reference. I can write it off within the margin of error." For a smith, the margin of error refers to products that are cracked or broken in the process of making something. Of course, Ector would never make anything defective, but he was kind enough to offer me one anyway, to encourage me. But thanks, but no thanks. If I brought something of my own back, they'd just take it away again. I was thrilled that he offered it to me. I wanted so much to accept it that my vision blurred with tears. But the fairies at Tentacle had proved with the staff selection that I could never have anything I really cared about. Still, it did help me remember a conversation I'd had when I was younger. It was with Merlin when I was recklessly working day and night to try and move things along as fast as I could. Man, it really sucks when things that should have disappeared long ago just stick around, like those narrow-minded fairies who keep trying to control you. Ugh, this is the worst. Everyone in Britain is so awful now. Just kidding, but if that's how you feel, Artoria, you should say so. It's okay to want what you want. You don't have to deny yourself. Now, what is it you want most right now? Don't be embarrassed, just tell me. Well, I want a spell that can blow an enemy to smithereens. Here, like this. I see. So you need a tool that you can charge with magical energy and a spell you can use to make gunpowder explode. This is dangerously close to magical terrorism. Then again, there's no telling when or where the black dogs might come after you. Okay, I'll try putting together a little recipe. Just give me 6 days, okay? Let's see, I think there was a smith in Norwich who's an expert in this sort of thing. You're so kind and helpful, Merlin. I bet you've been on lots of dates, haven't you? Oh, I don't know about that. I don't really understand much about that whole love business. It's a lot like food for me. Instead of thinking about my companion, all I think about what it tastes like. And that's kind of why neither fairies nor humans ever had much love for me. But then, once I was suddenly thrust into a role where I had to be romantic, and I ended up being better at it than anyone else. Honestly, I'm more unsure of what that says about me than anyone. So, you don't have a single lover, even though you're the Mage of Flowers? Aren't you lonely? Maybe, though probably not too much since I didn't realize it until you said something. It's not something I'd ever worried about. I always knew it'd be forever out of reach. That said, for me, studying magecraft, looking for a way to save Britain, and finding a lover are all basically the same. What do you mean? What I mean is, it might be lonesome to look for a star you know doesn't exist, but it's also kind of fun. Then, on the morning I turned 16, the village fairies all gathered in the town square and told me, "We want to see proof that you really are the child of prophecy. That blacksmith who lives on the cliff is an imperial guard. You're the only one he's not wary of. You're the only one he trusts. If you're truly the fairy destined to save Britain, then kill him for us. Please, please, we're so anxious. Our every day is filled with fear. So go on, prove that you can protect us by taking care of him." And that's the end of my autumn memories. Ugh, time to go back to fucking resetting my entire frickin' team again. Oh, excuse me. Who do I even use here? Avenger? I think the only... Well, technically, I guess I have Jalter, but... And Rogue Creature, how's it going, man? Let's try Musashi. I'm not sure how well this is gonna work, but we'll give her Black Rail and pray for the best, I guess. Also, why does it keep reverting me to, Atlas Academy? What the fuck's up with that? It's the MCUs for your current roster. And of course, no, what is it? Musashi Brave Chain. That's fine, though. We can do this. We can still do this at least. Alright, Kokun, thanks for hanging out, man. We'll see you next time. Have a good time. Have a good one. Alright, that was barely enough. Apparently, the Earth Clan fairy living on the Cape used to be one of Queen Morgan's Imperial Guards a long time ago. The village fairies' worry was genuine. They really did believe that killing Ector would keep the village safe. So they closed in around me and begged me in all sincerity, "Please kill him for us. If you really are the child of prophecy, then kill the Queen's agent for us." It would have been almost impossible to refuse, and so, like always, I took the easy way out. And so, okay, I will. I am the child of prophecy after all. I decided to do what they wanted of me and went off to kill my friend. And this is why I said I could never have anything I really cared about. That's kind of dumb. I have to kill him. 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 If I don't kill him, they'll think I'm an imposter, and they'll kill me instead. It was easy to sneak in, since Hector was hard of hearing. He was sleeping on his stone bed, completely defenseless. In my hand, I had a rusty iron knife the fairies had given me. Why would they have a rusty iron knife, though? The truth is, it wasn't impossible to refuse. I was just scared. Scared of being called an imposter. Scared of getting beaten for being useless. Scared that my life so far might have been for nothing. And so... I got so fed up and angry that I brought the knife down as hard as I could. Oh well, maybe things will work out. I sheathed the now chipped knife and began walking the dark path back to the village. I was practically trembling with fear, but I also knew that village fairies were simple folk. I was almost strangely optimistic that I could get out of this as long as I explained everything. Don't let her fool you. She didn't kill the blacksmith. I was watching the whole time. She didn't do anything to him. She just cut one of his helmets. And that's not all. I know her magecraft is fake, too. It's all just smoke and gunpowder. She's not the child of prophecy. She's not special at all. What did she say? Is that true? She couldn't kill the Imperial Guard? She wouldn't kill one of Morgan's agents? Then she can't be the child of prophecy. I knew it didn't make sense. I tried to run away, but the village fairies were all stronger than me and had more magical energy, too. Grab Castor. Grab the liar. Hand her over to Woodrose's executioners as the child of prophecy imposter. They caught me in no time and threw me in an underground jail. The fairy who accused me was smiling so smugly, so triumphantly. But I wasn't surprised. Whatever she talked to me, claiming to be my friend, she was always consumed with envy and doubt. She wasn't a bad person. It was just fairy nature. Even when you know someone is objectively worse off than you are, you just can't help but be jealous when they're treated like they're special. And after that, life in the village became very hectic. Woodrose's executioners, a horrific group of soldiers who went around capturing fairies suspected of being the child of prophecy and taking them to the castle. They were to arrive in Tentacle in 3 days, and I was to wait for them in my cell until then. So, you finally showed your true colors. I can't wait to hand you over to the High Queen. I never believed you were the child of prophecy. There's no way a fairy like you could be our savior. I don't want to hand you over to Woodrose, but that's what but everyone else says that's what needs to be done with imposters. But is it really so important? It's awful that things have come to this. We were so close, so very close. But then again, I suppose it was always too much to hope for. This village would have disappeared the year you washed up on our shore if you hadn't come along. You and the treasure that was on your boat gave us hope, but now the treasure's all gone. Soon, our village will be... Then again, if we all tell Woodrose you're the genuine article, maybe we can still get a sizable reward? I'm sorry, Castor. I tried to talk the others out of this. I really did. I'm so sad things have turned out this way, too. You really did do your best for us. A lot of fairies came to visit me in jail, each for their own reasons. The fairies of Tentacle were divided right down the middle into supporters of the Queen and supporters of the Child of Prophecy. The fact that I was in jail must mean that the pro-Queen fairies had gained a numbers advantage. There was no fairy left who could rescue me. But there were some who were willing to look the other way if I had escaped, and I figured that was enough. Either way, everything hinged on what would happen in 3 days. I would have one last chance to escape after they let me out of jail, right before they handed me over to the executioners. I made sure to stay in shape so I could run whenever I needed to, and kept a constant eye out for opportunities. You better believe I'm gonna escape. Well, I've been training my whole life to go on this pilgrimage. I can't let it end before it even begins. Hearing commotion outside, I thought the executioners must have come, and readied myself to escape. Huh, so you're still alive. Huh, not even those fairies, guess not even these fairies were that stupid. Ector, what are you doing here? What happened to you? What, this? Don't worry about it. I had to beat a few fairies to get up here. But never mind that, you've gotta go. Here, put this on. It's no helmet, but this hat should at least should help protect your head and hide your face at least a little. Huh? You mean you're here to help me escape? Oh, this hat's so cute and stylish. I knew you had good taste, Ector. Stow the compliments. Here, I got this bag for you. It was always yours anyway. It was a staff selection that had been taken from me when I was a child. 9 years had gone by since I last saw it, but it still felt like an extension of my body. Though sadly, it looked like it had long since lost Merlin's flippant voice. Go on now, hurry. It won't be long before Woodrose's executioners. Ector? Don't call me by that name. It'll only bring you bad luck. I took out the guards, but there will be new ones here soon. We need to get you out of here while it's still dark. Run as far and fast as you can, if you can make it to Salisbury's Plains. What was that? It's coming from outside. At the time, I could only imagine that the executioners had come and set the village on fire. I can't believe it. I knew they said they would have to cut down the number of mouths to feed for the winter, but killing each other over it, that's not just stupid, it's downright pitiful. What's going on here? Why are the fairies who called for us killing each other? Who's in charge here? Where is the child of prophecy? Please stand back, Lord Woodrose. These fairies have all gone mad. We can't question them now. What would you have us do, sir? Ugh, damn bloodthirsty fools. Baton wielders, exterminate the residents. Spear wielders, guard the exits. We can't let any of them escape now. Don't bother putting out the fires until the fairies have been dealt with. But make sure to capture any fairy who could be the child of prophecy alive. Her Majesty's orders. No. I didn't have any particular plan. Heck, I didn't even have time to think. But just as I was about to make a run for the town square to try to rescue everyone. Stop, Artoria. You'll never make it in time. You need to get away from here now. Besides, why would you want to help them? They were going to sell you anyway. They were going to sell you away. I know, but they were still the fairies I'd grown up with. They may have lied to me almost non-stop for my entire life, but that didn't mean I could just abandon them. You fool. Just come with me, damn it. They're here for the child of prophecy. Once you're gone, there won't be a reason for the executioners to be here anymore. Once we reach the cover of the forest, you can do whatever you want. Grandpa took my hand and ran. There we are. You can go the rest of the way alone. I fought some of Woodrose's soldiers on the way, so it won't be long before more show up. You need to get away from here before they do. What about you, Grandpa? I don't suppose you could come with me? No, I can't. I still got some work left to do. Once I'm sure you've escaped, I'll be heading right back to my forge on the Cape, and that'll be that. You've been nothing but trouble, girl. Don't visit me again. But Ector, you're... I couldn't help it. I could see his kind-hearted lies. I could see the deep wounds to his sides, though he'd hidden with his clothes. I could see how his strong back had practically been cut to ribbons, and I could see that his failing heart would stop entirely once I took my eyes off him. Right, you fairies of paradise really are a pain, aren't you? The village is done for. The executioners are here. Hold your head high, grip your staff tight, and now is the time to begin your journey, Artoria. Remember, no matter what anyone says, even if you don't believe it yourself, you are the child of prophecy. You could have killed me that night, but you didn't. That's who you really are. No matter how much Britain rejects you, nor how much the fairies shun you, or even how much weaker you are than them, you're still a better choice for savior than anyone else. I don't think you ever realized this yourself, but you're just not capable of getting angry for your own sake. And besides, you're the spitting image of her. A stubborn, sore loser who keeps getting back up, no matter how many times she falls. That's why I want to know. You'll see your chosen path through to the end. No, I want to go back to the forge and live with you at the Cape. That'd be way more fun. Besides, once I turn 17, the prophecy won't be true anymore, and I won't make any more trouble for you. But that dream would never come true. He never even heard what I wanted to say. I don't know who Grandpa was or why he did so much for me. All I know is that the heartbeat I can still hear today, the sound of my own, still living heart. Right. That's right. The one thing I have going for me is my ability to quickly cheer up, no matter how many times I'm brought down. I secured my new hat atop my head and gripped the staff selection tight. Goodbye, everyone. Thank you for raising until I turned 16. I'm the fairy of paradise. I'm the one who's meant to bring Britain to the salvation it really needs. So, I'm going to begin my pilgrimage now, just like you wanted me to. But that was easier said than done. Forget beginning my pilgrimage, I couldn't even get anyone to take me seriously. I tried to meet with the head of the Wind Clan in Salisbury, but the rebel army turned me away at the door. I tried doing a few odd jobs in response to their demands that I proved that I was a child of prophecy, but... Which hole in the woods did you crawl out of? Your clothes are a mess, and you've got almost no magical energy? But at least you're a decent worker. Nice job taking care of the Moors on the highway. I don't know how many centuries it'll take you, but hey, good luck saving Britain. We don't need a child of prophecy here anyway, girlie. We have Lady Aurora looking out for us. But the fairies are waiting for the child of prophecy? Don't let them fool you. They're just pretending. Fairies latch onto anything that seems like fun, or even just whatever's trendy. Nobody actually wants or believes in the child of prophecy. We'd all love it if Morgan went away, but her aside, we're happy with the way things are now. After being laughed off, I used my anger as fuel to take me from west to east and back again. Fooling myself into thinking that starting with smaller villages would yield better results than big cities, I went around the forest visiting all kinds of places. But it was no different. Everywhere I went, people laughed at me, used me, and dropped me like so much garbage. On the surface, they were all for the child of prophecy, but on the inside, isn't there anything more fun to do? Now I see. They all love rumors about the child of prophecy, but the actual child is just a big pain. I had no one to teach me and no companions to commiserate with. Every fairy in Britain hated me the second they laid eyes on me. Since humans had no love for fairies either, all I could do was travel alone. This is hard. Really hard. Consumed by depression, I decided to go to the Nameless Woods. I didn't have a particular plan in mind. I just wanted to be someone other than myself, even if only for a little while. But the curse of the Nameless Woods didn't even affect fairies from paradise. So much for that. So I just pretended to have lost my memory and went off to the newcomer tent to sulk. But then a new fairy was carried in. Mash? She had lost her memory and was in such bad shape, both physically and mentally, that I felt like I had to help her. But most of all, I thought, if she's forgotten about the child of prophecy, maybe there's a chance we could be friends. And that's the end of my summer memories. Oh, excuse me. And we were roommates. This is it. We're finally to the spring memories. And since they're spring, I'm sure they're going to be lots of fun. Surely, Clueless. I bet any obstacles we run into here will be total pushovers, so you don't have to worry about much. We don't have to worry much about taking them down. Me too. If those really are Artoria's memories given physical form, then I can only imagine how painful they must be for her. Even just facing them as Moors makes me feel like my heart's being gouged out of my chest. And don't worry, that's all done with now that we're past summer. Spring memories are fun times, and fun times only. The only kinds of obstacles I'd expect to see here are things like, there'll probably be Artoria herself dressed to the nines, or an enormous feast full of delicious foods. Well, that's all well and good, but before we start fighting, there's one thing I want to clear up. You said that the Fairy of Paradise who rings all the bells of pilgrimage becomes the sacred sword itself, right? Does that mean Artoria is gonna disappear once it's done? Yes, that's right. Creating the sacred sword's conceptual foundation will destroy everything she was, is, and ever will be. That is the Fairy of Paradise's duty and her function. And even then, the sacred sword won't be easy to forge. Everything about her, every experience she's had, all her memories, even spirit origin, her very fate will be used as materials to make it. It's not a sacrifice, it's an equivalent exchange. And it has to be her, it can't be anyone else. Oh yes, she knows very well that fulfilling her duty means the end for her. That much should have been made clear to her from the beginning. I know how you all feel, but please understand, this really is the only way. She knew what would happen when she entered the spirit cavern. Yes, the situation may have forced her hand, but she's still heading to the site of selection of her own free will. Huh? You're all here? Artoria? Wait, you're back already? Wait, that doesn't seem right. I see. Well, that was easy, huh? It was literally over before I knew it. So that's the site of selection on top of that hill, huh? Okay, that's the last one there is a rotten egg. I know, it just ain't right. But you know, Tuhu, if nothing else, I'm glad you're so damn pissed off about it. So look, whatever happens next, just let the old man here handle it. Muramasa? What do you mean by... Never mind that now. Come on, we need to run or she really will go on ahead of us. Either way, this is the end of her long journey. Let's see how this mission of hers plays out. Oh, that's like the shortest chapter in the entire Lost Belt. Wow, a scene that literally only took me 2 or 3 minutes to read? Say it ain't so. Whenever I close my eyes, this is where I'd be. Whenever I sleep, this is where I'd be. No, that's wrong. It's a lie. Told you it was short. I wasn't talking about the entire chapter, my dude. I was talking about just that one section. This chapter is still pretty damn long. No, that's wrong. It's a lie. Whether my eyes are open or closed, whether I'm asleep or awake, this is how the world has always looked to me. The wind, the clouds, they're not really a storm. They're all people's voices. It's so awful to look at. I put out my own eyes. It's so horrible here that I plugged up my own ears. But it didn't matter. Nothing banished the darkness or made the wind stop howling. This is the tainted land where I need to fulfill my destiny as the Fairy of Paradise. I can't do this. I can't do this. But no one would listen to me no matter how loudly I screamed. Besides, the wind was blowing so fiercely I couldn't even hear myself. After everything I experienced in the village and getting to know more fairies better, the storm only intensified. I have no idea which direction I would go, or what I should even look for. I know how this sounds, but Queen Morgan was honestly kind of lucky. She wanted to make Britain into her own kingdom. Her own kingdom. It was thanks to that powerful, envy-inspiring goal of hers that she navigated the storm without losing her way. But I don't have anything like that. Not one single thing. I hate Britain. I hate fairies. I hate humans. So how could I ever see a way through this storm? No, that's not right. I could see a way. It was shown to me when I rang the bells of pilgrimage. Artoria Pendragon, King of Britain. When I heard that she was my proper human history self, I thought I was gonna throw up. The ideal knight, a king who lived her whole life for others and sacrificed all she had for Britain's future. I don't want to end up like her. I could never live a life like that. But to create the sacred sword is to also determine her fate. Without the sacred sword, her life would be different. Without the sacred sword, Britain would come to a different end. Forget this. I should just give up. Yeah, that's it. After all, I'm the only one who can save her. I'm the only one who can save her. That's what I thought to myself each and every time I heard the bells ring. But I can still see that star. I don't know what that star is. I do know that it's not my dream, my goal, or something I even care about. But it's always been there ever since I was born. It may have grown small and weak at times, but it was always there, no matter how intense this storm got. I don't know where I want to go. I don't care about my duty. I just want to forget about all this child of prophecy stuff. So, why? I never stopped moving forward. I didn't want to give up. I couldn't let the storm. I just couldn't let the storm beat me. I don't get it. Why am I so obstinate? What is it that's stopping me from throwing my life away? As a fairy of paradise, I didn't have a spring. I didn't have much of anything. That's why I at least want to know why I couldn't just give up. I'm no queen. I'm no savior. So what brought an ordinary nobody like me so far? What did that tiny star mean for an ordinary girl like me? Is this a site of selection? The forge meant to make the sacred sword? That's right. That thing in the middle is there is the furnace, the center of the universe. That's where the fairy of paradise is meant to go. All you gotta do is stand there, and the sacred sword will come into being. And not just for this lost belt either. It will also finally bestow you with the sacred sword, the one whose concept was wiped clean from your world. And it won't just be something a heroic spirit temporarily reproduces. It'll be a weapon capable of defeating an invader from a foreign world for the humans of this time period. Does that mean doing this will save Tuhu and Mash's world? It'll make the impossible possible. It will go from having no chance to having a small chance. It will? Well, that's all the more reason to do this. Britain will go back to the way it used to be, and it'll save the outside world too. What more could we ask for? But it'll also mean... Hey, what's wrong? You both almost look sick. What is it? Do you need to rest up outside? It's okay if you do. This probably won't take too long anyway. Yes, that's right. Yes, that's right. Creating the sacred swords' conceptual foundation will destroy everything she is, was, and ever will be. Okay, here goes. Oh, since I won't have another chance to say this, I need to get something off my chest. I hated every minute of my life, everything about it. Humans, fairies, Britain, my duty, everything. Fighting is terrifying. Hatred is exhausting. I would have been so much happier just living a normal life. But I knew how much saying that would disappoint everyone, so I just had to act like a good, dutiful child of prophecy. And that made our journey together a balancing act for me, a hard one. Every time I thought, well, I somehow hung on this time, but I'm sure I'll give up on next time. Honestly, no one's more shocked than me that I made it this far. Forging a sacred sword means erasing fairy Britain from existence. I'll never really love fairies or humans, but I could always see the wish they held in their hearts. Every one of the fairies was suffering inside. They all wished for salvation. Even if they're sinners, even if they're just getting what they deserve, I can't believe they brought this on themselves. Because hey, we're all the same. Lies of omission and outright deception are just parts of life. And even under all those lies, everyone truly wished to be saved. I swear, I really wish they'd cut that kind of stuff out. It was really hard walking this Avalon path. Sometimes I just wanted to shout out, can't someone cut me some frickin' slack? But looking back now, I'm glad. My life wasn't all bad after all. Until now, standing here, I didn't think there was a way I, of all people, could save this world. That someone like me could never be allowed to end their world. I mean, it's not fair to decide a world's fate when you don't even like the world, right? Yeah, I am. Because fuck the fairies! I'm gonna fulfill my duty here, and the crazy thing is, even I don't know why. It's probably for some silly, selfish reason, something no one else could ever understand. I bet it's the same sort of thing that kept you going in the Garden of the Lost Will, too. And of course, you would misspell will. And the same kind of thing that made you stand firm in the face of the calamity in Norwich Mash. I'm not doing this for anyone else. I'm doing this for me. I'm not even doing it because it's right. I think I've been making my way through the storm because there's something I just can't turn my back on. Because fuck the fairies. All my homies hate the fairies. My fingertips dissolve first. I can feel the contours of my entire body fading away. My memories will probably go after this, then my sense of self. The planet's inner sea isn't stripping away all my memories at once, like one's just good as another. To make the sacred sword, it has to go through them carefully so it can understand history in the present day. I was only ever a means to learn about them so it could shape a better, more powerful sacred sword. Good. This should make me into a good sword. A sword bright like the star I saw in that storm. The planet's light that won't ever fade from in the face of the wicked. A sword that isn't me from a place that isn't here. A sword bearing the wishes of the masses and hope for their happiness. A sword who can hold her head high at the side of selection and become the saber fit to stay by your side. She never wanted peace. Peace was never an option. As she holds up a pipe bomb. As she holds up a homemade pipe bomb. I'm so glad. As caster, the fairy of paradise, I may not have had spring memories, but as Artoria, as myself, I have such wonderful memories of my journey. My body's gone now. By creating the sacred sword, I'll finally fulfill my duty as the Fairy of Paradise, the Avalon LB6. My journey as caster will come to an end. And that's okay. I didn't come this far because I was afraid to die. Still, I just wish I could have found out what that light was. The light I've seen all my life. The light that's seen me all my life. Wanting to know what it was and being determined not to give up until I found out is what's kept me going all this time. I thought I'd find out somewhere on my pilgrimage, but I never did. That's the one regret. Yeah, can't end things just yet then, can you? Huh? What are you doing here? What do you mean, what am I doing here? Who the hell else is gonna forge this sword? My whole life's been about making blades and cutting through destiny and karma. I'm Senji goddamn Muramasa. Don't go to the light. Step towards the light. You see that light? Go towards it. Go on, move aside. You brought the iron, and I let the swordsmith do his job. Ho, so this is the planet's inner sea and the inner universe's furnace, huh? Oh boy, just getting close enough. Just getting close is enough to burn you. Now that's what I'm talking about. This right here, this is a job worth doing. Thanks, Artorias. Guarding you wasn't a bad gig, but this is much more my kind of work. If I got a say in it, I'll take a searing forge over escort duty. I'll take a searing forge over escort duty any day of the week. No, you can't. Thank you so much, but you can't do this. It'll burn you to ash. Fine by me. Swordsmiths were born to pound iron. If I can do that in their god's own domain, that's worth burning my life away. Besides, a smithy's supposed to be hot, so I ain't gonna stop pounding for nothing. Not even if my whole spirit origin burns up. There we go. It's coming along nicely. Basic shape's all set. Now we just gotta temper it. No, stop. You can't. Huh? I'm floating. Why am I floating? Oh, that'll be because I took over here. You're probably you're probably getting booted out so you don't get in the way. All right, child of prophecy. See you around. Got more iron. I got more iron than I need for the sword, so don't need to use it all, especially if you got something left to do. I could use this power for the final finishing touch, but I want you to take it for yourself. In exchange, I'm gonna use this to finish the job. Since you bought my life, seems only right that I pay you back with it, right? Don't be ridiculous. You've more than paid me back for that. Besides, you're from the outside world, and you're Tuhu's enemy. You don't have any connection to Britain. Don't you have another job you need to do? True. I don't know how I'm gonna face the foreign god now, but hey, now I'll probably never see her again anyway. Don't worry about it. I'm doing this because it's what I want, just like you. This is always my destiny. That said, I'm sorry I never got it to make you that beret. Her spirit origin signal is gone. Artoria, I know the sacred sword had to be made, but did it really have to be? I know, right? They had to be able to come up with a better way. It's just so inefficient, not to mention inhumane. But I guess it's probably too much to ask for a planet's soul. That's basically what the inner sea is, to think humanely. Sorry to keep you waiting too, Mesh. This is the essence of the sacred sword. Go on, take it. I'm sure Da Vinci and the other people at Chaldea will be able to use this as a base for a powerful offensive spell. I wish I could have given you Excalibur itself, but I'm afraid things didn't work out that way. You mean, how did she come back? I'm as surprised as you are. I really thought the forge would just be turning out a new Excalibur specifically for Chaldea's use. Hang on, where's the ginger? Did he just call Shiro a ginger? What the fuck, Merlin? Did he really just call Muramasa a fucking ginger? Hello? Translation team? Well, shit, Merlin's now redeemed. I hated Merlin before, even if it was just a joke, but now he's cool. He's cool in my books. I see. So there was someone who gave her a tiny reprieve. Now I see. It wasn't Artoria's spirit origin that had disappeared. It was actually Muramasa. Yes, the heroic spirit Senji Muramasa sacrificed himself for what he believed in. The only reason I'm standing here now is because he insisted on performing the finishing touches himself. Now that the sacred sword has been delivered to the planet's inner sea, the premise behind his lost spell has been overturned. In time, it'll be gently pruned away as though it never existed. But before that happens, there's something you need to do. Fairy Britain, the lost world made by the traitorous Morgan, is not part of this lost belt. As such, the calamity it created is not subject to the pruning theoretical phenomenon. It represents a threat to humanity that you must defeat yourselves. Thanks, Tuhu. I'm back as the custodian of the sacred sword and stronger than ever. True. No matter how you slice it, you've definitely powered up. And wait, that magecraft theory. Instead of hero creation, you have sacred sword creation? No fair. How did you get a skill like that? Are you out to steal my thunder or something? It's too bad Foe isn't here right now. All right. I know we both have different roles to play, so I'll take this as a win and move on. The heroic spirit protected her, and she still lives as a result. This too is fate, I guess. The sacred sword has been forged, and this is the moment a planet is born. The child of prophecy fulfilled her duty, aided by the foreign mage. So now, it's my turn to help. I'm gonna do a small-scale restoration on Britain to the way it was before things turned completely hopeless. Specifically, I'm gonna turn back the clock on Cernunnos at least a little bit. Turn back the clock? You mean to before he appeared? That's right. Once Cernunnos shows up and covers the land in his curse, not even the sacred sword's protection will be enough for you to win. So I'm gonna have him go back in time by, let's say, 2 hours. See, I suspected something like this might happen, so I've kept the entire pit in a dream. Once I have Cernunnos wake up, it'll be as though the events of that dream, that is, everything that took place over there, that took place there over the last 2 hours, never happened. Indeed, it's pretty boring waiting around here ever since I was freed from the garden, so I spent some time casting a spell in the pit. My spirit origin is practically falling apart now as a result, but oh well. Suffice to say, once I disengage my dream zone, I'll probably disappear along with it. I wish I could stick around to see how your battle goes, but sadly it doesn't look like that's gonna happen. Yeah, I forgot. I forget when he did it too. Did I already defeat Morgan? Yeah, back in the end of chapter 2. Or technically defeated her. But don't worry about me. Even I felt bad about basically demanding Artoria be the only one to sacrifice everything. Sure, things didn't turn out exactly as I planned, but hey, that's why we build in the margins of error. For my last trick, I'll even help you out by sending you straight to the storm border without having to go back through the spirit cavern. When you get there, it'll be 1 hour before Cernunnos shows up, and you'll have another hour after that before his curse spreads everywhere. That gives you 2 hours to settle this, but this time, you should at least have a fighting chance. Muramasa and I both gave everything we had for this. All you gotta do now is the best you can. Isn't that right, Nameless King? Can I ask you to watch over Tuhu and Mash for me? Of course. You take care too, Mage of Flowers. After all, this is just a shadow of Avalon, so I'm sure the real you is still imprisoned in that tower. Saw right through that too, didn't ya? Yeah, you're definitely the Sacred Sword's guardian now. Alright, then back to Dying Britain with you all. Once you overcome its twilight skies, you'll find clear blue ahead. Good. I got him back safely. I'm glad I made it before I ran out of time. Oh, though I just remembered I forgot to ask something. I've been following the Chaldean stargazer's journey with my clairvoyance as much as possible. And 2, talked to herself a lot more than usual this time. I wonder what that was all about. Uh-oh, we're fucking going insane. Crazy? I was crazy once. We didn't talk to ourselves, though. That's what we think. The voices. That giant demonic beast, I see. So that's the Black Dog's king, a magical energy eater who feasts on smoke and lightning. So, Bargus has become a calamity. And Kernunos' curse shows no sign of slowing down. There's nowhere left to run. The way things are going, all fairies are destined to become an unseelie court or turn into Moors. Either way, there's only a handful of sane fairies left. I don't know how long I can hold out either. If this really is the Great Calamity, then it's all her fault things turned out this way. Aurora, my love, my reason for existing, my... Yeah, who is he talking to? Listen to me, Lancelot. Ainzel is a very dangerous fairy. She always makes such nonsensical prophecies, and nobody has any clue about her clan's true nature. Who knows what she might do if she catches everyone's attention and becomes the talk of all Britain. Remember, the Mirror Clan took in the Fairy of Paradise just like the Rain Clan once did. It's terribly irresponsible of her to make a prophecy like that, especially when the Great Calamity could happen at any time. Why, it couldn't be a more obvious revolt against Queen Morgan. Just thinking about it makes my wings go dull. You understand me, right, Melusine? After all, you're my prince in shining armor. You always bring me whatever I desire most, don't you? She doesn't have any wicked thoughts whatsoever. Really, good and evil don't factor into it at all. Most people think of her as the kindest, most compassionate fairy, one who strives for a world in which fairies and humans can coexist in peace. But they're wrong. That's just the image she projects. The only one she truly loves is herself. The only thing she cares about is maintaining a world where she's always beloved, a world where she can always be on top. She only advocates for humans so they will fawn all over her. She only guides fairies so that they will all respect her. She seems like such a skilled leader because she never fights with anyone. She didn't survive this long because she is strong. She's just always had a gift for dragging other leaders down. Every time a fairy more popular than her showed up, she would send the world down a dark path according to her whims. This time was no different. She didn't mean any harm. She just came to the realization that the Mirror Clan was dangerous and believed it with all her heart. Alright, Crusader, thanks for hanging out, man. We'll see you next time. So I killed them, just like she wanted. It was clear beyond any doubt that the Mirror Clan had done nothing wrong, but I still had to kill them, or Aurora would have withered away. As a fairy, Aurora's true skill is to completely convince herself of things that always work out in her favor. That's why she's neither good nor evil. The reason she never lost her radiance over the 3,000 years of her life is that her self-esteem is not of this world. I buried my face in hands stained with the Mirror Clan's blood, trying to avert my eyes from what I had done. I had no right to ask for their forgiveness, or even to apologize. I knew what kind of person Aurora was, and I still put her radiance first. Because I care more about her than I do all other fairies of Britain. Aurora didn't do anything wrong. I'm the only wicked creature. Wow, that took me a long time to say. I've committed so many crimes, all because I didn't want to lose her love, even though I knew it wasn't genuine. Wow, and to think that people actually simp for Melusine, huh? But that day was special. The Mirror Clan was special. They were a gentle group of fairies protecting Albion's corpse, and by extension, me. Not one of them so much as resisted. If anything, they seemed to pity me as they came to offer up their own lives. I didn't have a choice. Aurora would have withered and died if I hadn't done this. This isn't my fault. I didn't want to kill them. Aurora, I did this for you. All I wanted was for you to smile and say, thank you. I decided not to fly so I wouldn't leave any evidence. On the night I returned, covered in mud and soaked to the bone. I can't believe the entire Mirror Clan city is gone. What could have happened to them? They say it was a Moors attack, but how could Moors have gotten past the city walls? It must have been Queen Morgan's doing. She must have gotten mad at Ainzel's prophecy and... Yeah. Ugh. There goes my voice again. Give me 1 second. You okay too? Yeah, my voice sometimes gets like this when I talk for a long time. It's happened a couple times before whenever I've done audiobook sims. Ugh. Oh, excuse me. Alright, let's try to power through this. Don't be ridiculous. Queen Morgan is nothing if not prudent. She would never do anything like that. She valued the Mirror Clan's prophecies more than anyone. And Ainzel was a wonderful clan leader who only ever wanted what was best for Britain. Poor Ainzel. How could this happen to you? Whatever attacked the Mirror Clan is the foulest of beasts. The most rotten, hateful monster in all of Britain. Even if it may seem petty on the outside, it only manages that by imitating me. What a horrendous, awful creature. Just thinking about it makes me sick. It was a miracle. It really was. Back in that dark bog when I was still just a pulsing lump of flesh, she took me in her arms and cradled me like I was the most important thing in the world. Hello there, darling one. Or perhaps I should say, good morning. My name is Aurora. What's yours? In that moment, I gained both mind and body. I knew what it was to feel and to admire. I knew what it was to love someone so deeply it could never be shaken. But... of course, that's just who she is. That's just who she is. I know why she cradled me in her arms back then. I know that she doesn't actually love me. But even so, I still love you, Aurora. That's right. I can maintain this form as long as I have these feelings. Even without Queen Morgan's gifted name, I can still remain myself as long as Aurora is around. Without her, I'd probably return to my original form. To who I became when I bore the hatred of all the northern fairies who were killed in the War of Spring 8,000 years ago. I'm gonna go to Salisbury. If Britain it really is about to end, I want to spend my final moments as her knight. Definitely unconditional love, I guess. But I'm not gonna lie. Now that I've read that part about Melusine, I don't pity her as much as I did, as much as I would have. Kill them! Kill them! Kill the northern fairies! They're the invaders who brought the calamities upon us! Are there any fairies who've been infected with Moor's poison? If you find one, capture and kill them before they become Moors. Round up the humans, make them fight the Moors, kill any who refuse as an example to the others. The cathedral! Open the doors to the cathedral! The city is tainted! Run for the cathedral! Lady Aurora will help us. Lady Aurora will save us. She's the new queen of Britain. I'm sure she'll sacrifice herself to the Moors to save us all. Oh my, they all look so dreadful now, and to think they used to be such peaceful fairies. Aurora. Who's there? How did you get in here? It's me, Aurora. I came from the bell tower. The city is in chaos. Most of the fairies have lost their minds. It's only a matter of time until they storm the cathedral. I hate to say this, but Salisbury is done for. Oh my, I see. Yes, of course, I still have you, Melusine. Thank goodness you're all right. You are, aren't you? But of course you are. You're the strongest Tamlin in all of Britain. You never get injured or degrade no matter what. You're still my beautiful, beloved knight, no different from the day I met you. You couldn't have come at a better time. I knew you were the only one I could rely on. Yes, you're right. Yes, you're right. Salisbury is done for. No, Britain itself is doomed. If only there were a way we could survive. How did things ever come to this? It's so terribly sad, but I'm afraid there's no other way. Melusine, would you stay with me? I need you. Yes, of course. I'd be happy to spend our final moments together. I need you to help me escape. You can take me away from here, right? What? Is it so surprising? It's a natural response to run from danger, isn't it? Not in this case. You're just not bothering to think again. Where would you run to, Aurora? Where could you hope to go after abandoning this world and all the fairies who believe in you? Yes, it's all such a shame, but they won't love me anymore, right? So, forget about them. Let's go somewhere more fun instead. The world outside Britain. You heard about it from the Chaldeans, right? I'm sure it must be better than this boring old world. It's a world of nothing but poor, weak, filthy humans. Making my ideal world there should be easy. And you and I will be the only two fairies in it. That's what you want, right? My darling child, my little Melusine, I love you more than anyone right now. Now come, take my hand, and let's go start our new life together, okay? You're right, that is what I want. But if we did that, you're probably just going to do the same things to that world that you've done to this one. All while telling yourself that you're not aware of what you're doing. Your entire purpose is to be loved more than anyone else. Melusine, what are you talking about? Where's Coral? I don't see her anywhere. Coral? Oh right, Coral. I turned into a caterpillar because she was getting on my nerves and I accidentally stepped on her. Be careful you don't step in the mess over there. You'll track it all over my nice clean floor. Aurora, I want you to know that I love you. I love you whether you believe it or not, whether you even care for it or not. No matter how evil you might be, I'll still make all your wishes come true. Oh, that's wonderful. I don't know what you're talking about, but yes, that sounds lovely. Then come on, let's go to the outside world. I'm sure we'll have such a wonderful time there. Huh? Don't you see? That would never happen. That can't ever happen. You'd never find the love you need in the outside world. This was the only place you could be more beloved than anyone. Proper human history isn't as simple as Britain. They'd see you for how evil you are in an instant. Do you really think you could survive in a world like that? You who can't even bear to go without absolutely pristine water? Your wings, your face, everything about you would fade and waste away. And that would be more than what you could bear. You'd never be able to love yourself again. But you'd keep on deceiving yourself, trying to live the same way you always have, even though you no longer recognize yourself. Every morning, you'd look in the mirror and die a little more inside. Maybe that's just normal life for other fairies. Maybe they wouldn't think anything of it. But for you, it would be the cruelest torture imaginable. Every day, you'd cry yourself to sleep in despair, unable to even muster the courage to end your own life. Every day would be a fresh hell where you cling to glory that will forever be beyond your reach. That will be forever beyond your reach. Every day, you'd hate yourself more and more. And that would just be... Well, what are you saying, Melusine? What an awful, fake fairy you are, talking about a future that could never come to pass. Why, the very idea of me becoming more miserable with every day sounds even worse than death. Now, never mind that. Hurry and take me to the outside world, to where everyone will love me again. Because you only live to please me, right? That's right. It would have been better if I only lived for myself. If I did, then I would have kept you alive, no matter what. Without you, I'll just go back to being a hunk of flesh. But I can only live to please you, and that is why I can't take you to a place that would be pure hell for you. Even now, I still remember when we met. I can see it like it was yesterday. I can remember the wind that blew through the dark bog. I remember the way you shone so brilliantly. I remember how I swore to give you everything I had to protect you. I love you, Aurora. I love you so much. Even if I should lose this form forever, I'll always... She's morbing! Get back! Oh God.
Atmospheric magical energy density just skyrocketed, and now there's a second high density magical energy signal too. And on top of that, it looks like Cornelius just disappeared from the pit. I mean, that's certainly better than the alternative, but it still beggars belief. What's going on here, technical advisor?
Bing bong. The increase in atmospheric magical energy density resulted from all the fairy bodies being burned. It's no cause for immediate concern, so we can ignore that for now. As for the second high density magical energy signal, we haven't been able to get a visual on it yet, so we can worry about that later too. As far as the pit goes, it's, well, I'm sorry, I have absolutely no clue. All our data collection pertaining to it just vanished. It's almost as if it's almost like time itself has been rewound, but only in close proximity to the pit. Hold on, I'm picking up a space-time tremor inside the bridge. Something's about to come out. Everyone, get down!
Tuhu, Caroline, Castoria, how in the devil did you just pop right in here like that? No, never mind that now. Tell me what happened right down there. Be as quick as you can.
So Murmoss is gone too, huh? Mesh, bring the round shield to the analysis room, please. I'd like to store the Sacred Sword essence now while we still have a chance.
Okay, right away.
Now then, let's make sure we're all on the same page. First off, well done, Tuhu. Thanks to you, we now know how the British Lost Belt came to being, Crononos' fate, the pit's true nature. Merlin gave us a second chance by winding back the events that occurred near the pit. And we know now, we know that a new sacred sword was forged in the planet's inner sea, well, with Autoria Casta, with Castoria as custodian. This has given us what we need to put together a plan of attack. Captain, patch me through the professor, would you?
Bing bong. I'm here, Holmes. Don't worry about filling me in. I've been listening the whole time.
I'm aware our observational data regarding the pit disappeared along with the dream, but I trust you still have our navigational records pertaining to it, yes? Then I'd like you to calculate how much time we have left until Cernunnos appears and until his curse begins pouring out of the pit. Furthermore, I suspect we're going to engage in close quarters combat with Cernunnos, involving servants positioned on the border's deck. So we'll need anti-curse measures in place, as well as sturdy physical defenses.
We're not gonna attack Cernunnos with the Stormborder's cannons? Considering his massive size, I think that would be our best way of going about it.
We'll certainly try that as well, but I doubt typical means of physical intervention will do us much good. While I'm sure he has a spirit core, just like any other god, it's protected by a thick layer of cursed flesh. Seeing as that curse effectively functions as muscle, we won't be defeating him so much as exorcising him. As such, I suspect that blessed spiritual attacks from Castoria and Grimmer the Sage will be our only effective means of fighting him. Though, unfortunately, what we can do to finish the job afterwards remains an open question. I hate to do this to Captain Nemo, but ramming Cernunnos at full speed may be our only option.
Roger that. The ship definitely doesn't have much curse-dispelling equipment after all. I've just completed calculations for the countdown. We have 30 minutes until Cernunnos appears. And the last time he showed up, it took another hour for the curse to spill out of the pit.
You heard that, everyone? We only have an hour and a half. Our greatest enemy may be Cernunnos, but there's still another calamity we need to stop before he appears. We cannot let these calamities escape Britain's shores and reach the outside world. To do so would be to let them become part of proper human history as well. Our first objective is therefore to find Bargast, the calamity headed to Norwich from Manchester by way of Oxford, and take her down before Cernunnos appears. Neither we nor Britain have a moment to spare, which is why I'm beginning this operation immediately. Master Tuhu, Castoria, and Grimmer, you three will figure out a way to defeat Cernunnos. Captain, you and the Marines will plot the optimal route for the operation. Da Vinci, Professor, you two will come up with an anti-curse barrier for the Stormboard. Huh? What was that? Impact on our starboard stern quarter. A single strike just carved through our physical defenses. It burned away the armor plating, and the interior hallways are exposed to open air. Damn it! Marine overboard! One of them fell! Damn it! Later, Mounier. Right now, we need to know what's going on. Where did that thermic ray come from, Da Vinci? Nothing short of a divine construct should even be able to scratch a Stormboarder's armor, let alone shred it.
There, I found it. Putting it up on the monitor now.
Am I going for a min-turn Cernunnos? I got to figure out, I'd have to know what the strat is first. That's... Enemy craft is cruising at 1,200 kilometers per hour and picking up speed. Whoa, it's bounding off the magical energy in the atmosphere. It's at Mach 1, Mach 2, it still hasn't even hit its top speed. We're dealing with some kind of supersonic fighter. Hang on, how can it flit around at that speed? Oh crap, enemy aircraft is coming about and bearing right for us. It's on a collision course. Contact in 10, 9, 8. Pull up, Mounier, flanking speed. That thing will tear through the bridge if it hits it straight on. We need to dodge at the last possible second and escape to higher altitude before it can change course. Even Mounier is becoming a Giga Chad. That was damn close. That was a damn close shave, but we got off with just a few scratches on the prow. Enemy aircraft is now 14 kilometers away. It just turned around again. What do we do, Captain? That thing's not going to stop until it brings us down. I know. Just keep taking us up. We can't outmaneuver that thing, so we'll just have to hope we can fly higher than it can. What is that thing, Da Vinci? Do you have any new data yet?
Sure do. That wasn't a talent strike just now. It was a concentrated mana burst straight from the enemy's mouth. It looks like Bargus wasn't the only thing burning Britain to the ground. Just the heat from that thing's breath attack is enough to cleave to the ground. Its acceleration isn't affected by atmospheric pressure or air temperature. And its wings apparently ignore the laws of inertia completely. There's no mistaking it. That thing is Albion, the pure-blooded dragon, a third calamity. Albion's coming after the border. If it lands a breath attack on our stern, we're done for. We already know its breath attack is strong enough to cut through our physical defenses like paper. One strike to the stern, and we'll lose the whole engine.
Everyone, sit down and strap in tight. Da Vinci, start tracking the time until the next breath attack. At 2 seconds before impact, I'm going to unfurl the gravity sails to maximum and pitch the ship forward, turning us on our tail. It'll feel like taking a tumble in midair, so the ship's going to shake like crazy. Don't stand up unless you've got a death wish. Once we've evaded the breath attack, I'll return the ship to an upright position and maintain our altitude.
Here it comes. We're in its firing range. 6, 5, 4, 3.
Raise the bow and unfurl the sails. Pull up! We made it above the clouds, up above the clouds, Captain. But damn it, we've burned through almost all the magical energy we had stored up. Now what do we do? There's no way we can dodge another one. May I say something? I should be able to defend against that thermic ray now. I will not be able to protect the entire ship, and I can only do it for a few minutes. But if there's one section that's absolutely crucial, like the engine, I can at least put up a defensive barrier there. Will that be enough to get us through this? That's most encouraging, Castoria, but before you do that, I have a question for you. The Calamity's only target is the British ferries, so why is that dragon attacking us? Why should it be interested in us? I don't really know. I'm still really learning the ropes myself, so it's because we now have a means of saving Britain, dude. Before, the Calamities considered Chaldea to be just another pebble on the road. But now, Artoria is back, and we have a real chance of taking down Cernunnos, dudes. And the Calamities know just as well as we do that the Ferry of Paradise is the enemy of Britain, dude. I see. So before, we were merely passers-by, but now that we have a weapon, we're involved. That changes matters considerably. That dragon isn't coming after us. It's coming after Castoria, and that means... Indeed. We can narrow the enemy's focus simply by sending Artoria out to the deck. If Artoria goes out to the deck with her hands up, that will lure Albion towards her. Once it closes in to try to kill her, we'll draw into close combat. I call it Operation Titanic. What do you all think? I can't believe this. What the heck kind of hero is this guy anyway? Look, even if I actually agree to this insane decoy scheme, I won't be able to defend the ship at the same time. I can either lure Albion in, or I can protect the ship from its breath attacks. Doing both just isn't an option.
Damn it! Just when I thought we had a viable plan.
Artoria knows her limits. It's not a matter of willpower or confidence. If she says she can't do something, it's because she really can't do it. So, we'll just have to drop this plan and...
No, we don't. You need a decoy to lure that dragon in, right? Giga Chad. Then I'll do that while you protect the ship, Artoria. I'm sorry. He insisted on coming to the bridge. I appreciate your offer, Percival, but I'm afraid you simply wouldn't work. That Calamity is after the Ferry of Paradise. There is no one else who can take Artoria's place. That's where you're wrong. I can take her place. Giga Chad. This spear is the Spear of Selection, the same one used by the last Ferry of Paradise. I'm an artificial child of prophecy, which makes me the perfect person for this job. Connection to the game server lost. The dragon's mind no longer functioned like a person's, but that wasn't a problem for it. It was originally made up of whatever happened to be nearby. Things like the northern fairies' grudge that had been around for thousands of years, and a clump of dying cells that had fallen off the dragon's remains. It was an extermination engine meant to destroy the land around it, the land made of fairy corpses. It no longer had anything in the way of pain, grief, joy, or love. It just was. The commands running through its brain as electrical signals couldn't have been simpler. Objective: stop anyone impeding Britain's collapse. Reason: unknown. Target: flying enemy aircraft. Target: tip of the flying enemy aircraft. Action: eliminate. Action: destroy. The dragon soared across the twilight sky, the wind screaming past its ears. It felt nothing at all. Not a single human impulse ran through its brain. Target acquired. Target acquired. Target. Its visual data wavered. An ache built in its chest. It's in the hollow heart where in the hollow where its heart should be. There was something very familiar about the standing on the tip of the flying enemy aircraft. Good. I can still move. I should be able to manage like this. Giga Chad. I hope you're all watching this, everyone. Alright, I understand what I have to do. I'll stay put on the bow and let all of you handle the dragon. I'm in no condition to fight anymore anyway, so decoy duty should be perfect for me. Come on, you two. Please don't look so glum. I'm glad I can still be useful somehow. You really don't need to feel bad about this. That said, I do have one last request I'd like to make. Please, don't think too badly of this Britain, or of the fairies who lived in it. Just like there are good humans and bad humans, there are also good fairies and bad fairies. There's no such thing as a bad species or bad society. There are just good and bad people. I don't know anything about your world or proper human history, but I do know this. Even though it ended up like this, even though so many sad, tragic things happened here, Fairy Britain was still a beautiful kingdom and a wonderful world. Our Britain may be dying, but that's not because it was wrong. It's not because it was a bad world. Things that should persist will persist. Things that should continue on will do so. That's all I wanted to say. So please, hold your heads high. Giga Chad! Our world took over 10,000 years to come this far. It may never be perfected now, but your world still has a future ahead of it. So I hope you'll take advantage of that to make it there someday. Even if it takes hundreds, if not thousands of years, I hope your world will one day become a utopia where every living thing can find salvation. Thinking back on it now, I might have come across as a little arrogant. Giga Chad. But I guess I couldn't have been too bad if both Tu and Mesh smiled at what I had to say. Alright, Percival, let's show everyone why you're around at Knight of Round Table. This will be your last battle, so make sure it's one you're proud of. All that aside, this is kind of crazy, isn't it? I still can't believe I'm riding on a flying ship. It's like something out of a story. If this goes well, I'll have to make sure Gareth and the Round Table Army never hear the end of it.
Enemy dragon approaching, accelerating to maximum speed to match. We only have enough fuel left for one shot at this. 2, I want you to go back. I want you to back Castoria up by throwing everything you got at it. Enemy contact in 10 seconds. This will be our first battle against the Calamity. Good luck, everyone.
Actually, for this, I'm going to just use the support Castoria. I don't think I can use my own, though, so that's kind of an issue. Actually, no, this is Dragon, right? So yeah, this should... Let's see, I should be able to just use, Zigguard. Key point, should. Dragon fight? Somebody call Kaiba, yeah. God. Okay. Let's see if Zigguard is able to do this. It looks like Melusine has Pierce Invul on her third break bar. So I wonder how Zigguard's gonna be able is supposed to survive this. This is the fight they fucked up the music on? Okay. Let's see. She loses more and more HP, so I think it only makes sense for me to use all the Coins guys' buffs now. So yeah, this way you can do this. It's fixed now though? Okay, good. Fuck the music. They had another track playing apparently, back when part 3 first came out. But seems like they fixed it now, so no need to worry. Nice, good amount of crit stars. Oh yeah, that's right. Zigguard has guts. Too bad they didn't too bad Melusine didn't hit Zigguard at least once more. Cause yeah, since Zigguard doesn't have his own charge, now we're kind of screwed. Oh well, I guess I don't mind using a command spell for this. Also unlucky she had 3 crits in a row. I mean, given my Nika rolls yesterday, I'm somehow not surprised. Oh look, and she had evasion too. Cool. She still has evasion. Yeah, I'm aware, but it's only for 5. It's for 5 hits, so there we go. Let's see if this is an AoE attack or not. And it is. Yeah. Well, that's bullshit. Even though he had guts and he was last one surviving, Melusian still attacked anyway? Cool. That's pretty bullshit. FGO, ladies and gentlemen. Actually, since I don't plan on having Zigger take out her last break bar here, I'll just run something else. Oh, I needed support for this. God, now that I think about it, I don't have very good arts buffers here. Maybe I could bring Murasaki? She has some capabilities. I just don't know how good her debuff resist is. But we'll go in there anyway with this. Charge NP on MC. I'm no longer planning on three-shotting Melusian with Ziggurat. Ziggurat won't even be able to survive until the final break bar anyway, as the last fight demonstrated. So I'm just gonna have him kill the first two bars, and then let Melusian wipe out my entire front wave, and I'll just have my three in the back finish her off. Because by the time she gets to her third break bar, who is it? Albion should only have about 200,000 HP, so that should be enough for Saber Shiki to take care of. Hopefully. We'll see if it is. What about Lonling? He's already max spawned. I was trying to look for characters, servants that don't have max spawned yet. Oh, so that's what Albion's normal attack looks like. Oh. I didn't know that. Oh great! Since I just realized since one of my Koenskaya died already, that means that who is it? Castoria will not survive the AoE attack. Even if she does, she'll get killed off by whatever. So that means that my Castoria, my Shiki won't have won't have her buffs from Castoria going into this fight. So wonderful.
Guiding line differente.
Oh, I could just do this. Not gonna be able to use the coolest skill cooldown on it, but it doesn't really matter. But even if I were to do this, no, if I wanted this to work, I needed to use somebody's extra chain on the turn before. Because even if I try to kill Albion now, for example, with a Ziggurat Brave chain where I use his Buster Arts cards first and then go into NP, yeah, that means I can't use Castoria's NP, so everyone's just gonna die anyway. So basically, I don't have a choice but to wait another turn, I think. And obviously at that point all my buffs will be gone, so. I did this one with Dio underscore Curry, resist down and loop. I'm gonna be honest with you, I don't really care how you did it. I can use Castoria's Charisma here now. Cause Ziggurat really needs that buff. Actually, as a matter of fact, I'm not even sure if Ziggurat can even kill the dragon here. Because will he still do with a 70% attack buff? Is he still gonna do? Well, he is getting OC2, but then OC differences doesn't really matter too much going from one jump to the other. But then again, it's a huge buff already, so. Pretty sure he kills the Mystico buff, yeah, but I kind of need to save that for Shiki. See if this kills. I know Striaz though. I'm aware that her NP gives attack as well. Okay, it was good enough. Doesn't even kill Castoria, so that my Murasaki will come in here and give Saber Shiki some more buffs. But oh well, nothing goes my way anyway. Die, bitch.
期待には応えられたかしら。
Do I low-key hate Melusine? I liked her character design going into this. But now that I know what her relationship with Aurora is like, let's just say that at the very least, while I didn't like Tamavich at the beginning when she first showed up, at the very least she stays consistent. Now that I know what Melusine was up to, or what her exact relationship was with Aurora, honestly, I actually kind of detest Melusine more than I do Lady Aurora. That's a spicy ass take that I'm sure all the Melusine simps are gonna hate me for, but not the other way around. Call me one of the wackos then. But I personally, I don't really have a lot of respect for characters like that. Hope there's more usage of that Stormborder HP mechanic. Yeah, that was kind of cool. The fact that you're not just trying to kill your enemies, you're also trying to defend. You're also playing like a defense objective at the same time. That was actually kind of cool. Though, you know, it ended up not really mattering anyway. Oh, skipping through the dialogue. She's used and abused by Aurora. Yeah, like I will never understand that sort of mentality. Like, it's definitely, those kinds of feelings, like, the reason why I don't really like Melusine very much anymore, like, it's definitely very personal, obviously. But yeah, I don't quite understand people who act like that. So, I will take great pleasure in watching Melusine burn and die in this chapter. Is Blood Fort in Babylonia still one of the better places to bond farm? Or was knocked down the list? If you're asking about how to speed farm bond, like if you want to farm bond as quickly as possible, then that place would still be Hidden Village in Singularity Camelot, not Lost Ball Camelot. The reason why is Hidden Village is, I think, still the only free quest that in the game that only has 2 waves. So 2-wave fights are a lot faster than 3-wave fights. So if you wanna speed run bond farming, then you go to a Hidden Village. Melusine killed Aurora though. She killed the final villain. She didn't kill her out of real. Well, she did realize that Aurora was just an evil bitch through and through. The problem I still have with Melusine killing Aurora wasn't because she killed her out of malice. Right? She didn't kill her while she did recognize Aurora to be just a complete fucking bitch through and through, she killed her mainly because she didn't want to see Aurora suffer in the outside world where she would never be loved again. Once the humans in the outside world realize what kind of a bitch she is. She killed her out of mercy. Yeah, she still wanted to save Aurora. So, even though Melusine did do at least one thing right and kill Aurora off, in my opinion, that's not good enough. What Melusine should have done was kill Aurora with extreme prejudice, but she didn't do that. It was a mercy killing. So, I don't care if Melusine ended up killing Aurora at the end though. It wasn't for the right reason. No, at least not to me. Like, in the end, Melusine still loved Aurora just as much as, just as the same as she ever did. So. like everything else Melusian did in the story, like that's fine, right? All the humans she killed and whatever, being Tamlin, Lancelot, or whatever the fuck, like that's fine. That's par for the course. But if Melusia had specifically killed Aurora because of the main reason being that she recognized that Aurora should not be allowed to live and must pay for the crime, must pay for her sins, then fine, I would have given Melusian a pass. But that it didn't end up being that way, so yeah, I don't really like Melusian very much. All the Fey Knights except Bargus get kind of mid by like Act 3. Honestly, I don't disagree with you. Because at least unlike the other fairies, unlike the other two fairies, Bargus actually had a fucking spine to speak of. But I know Balban Sith had a pretty tragic past, and that's, at least it's understandable why. Like, we know why she became the way she was, but still, she died like a bitch. Same with Lancelot here. Bargus is the only one that I actually fucking respect in any sort of way. Even then, though, why Bargus went back to Manchester and devoured the entire city, But yeah. Pitiful is what it is. The dragon is withdrawing. We haven't defeated it yet.
Bing bong. Damn it, we can't let it get away. We'll never get another chance. We have to finish it off now, no matter what. Engineer, give us more power. I can do that, but the border won't be able to handle it. It'll bend the whole ship out of shape starting from the hole in our right flank. If the keel starts to warp too, the whole ship will fall apart. Damn it, it's gonna get away. If only I'd been more careful.
She won't get away. We've made sure of that.
Huh? But we don't have any means left to...
Senpai is right, Captain. We don't have to go any faster. She won't be going anywhere. Britain's strongest knight is still standing on our bow. Balban Sith was underutilized, in your opinion. I think having Beryl Gut as part of the story was probably the reason why Balban Sith didn't have a bigger role in the story than she did. But we'll discuss like our opinions on the story and critique it at the end once we're done with it. I thought you would be free once Morgan was defeated. Giga Chad. I thought being a Tamlin was chaining you down. That's why I started the Round Table Army. That's right. Oh, silly. You can't swing a sword with tears in your eyes. Why don't you take a little break, Percival? You're doing a great job. Much better than all those fairies who sit around doing nothing. I'm proud of you, too. I can see why you were the last child to make it through the... Huh? What's wrong? You're crying harder? Oh, right. I shouldn't have said that. I'm sorry I'm so insensitive, Percival. Emotions are... well, there's a lot I don't know about them. Right, of course. They were all your friends, but you were the only one to be chosen. You had to grow strong, no matter how hard it was. Okay. There's something I can teach you, then. It's okay to feel indebted to your friends. It's okay if you can't find a way to like yourself. One day, you'll find something you care about more than yourself. That's how it was for me. So please, remember this, Percival. No matter how terrible this world is, as long as you can find just one thing you love, then... I know. I deceived a lot of people for that. Now it's time I got what I deserve. Hear me, Sacred Spear, Giga Chad. O Spear of Selection, pass judgment on mine actions. I like how I like how Albion is just standing there, or is just flying there, or hovering there would be the proper term.
残っている 美しき妖精
Where'd he get his horse from?
運命まで奪うのが愛だというのならそれをこの槍で打ち砕こう
Where did he get his horse from? Has fighter jet capabilities, also just hovers there. I mean, VTOL jets do exist, right? Oh no, Thanos, where are you? Where's Thanos? Come back here, bitch. Yeah, wild Reader bit. Yeah, but do look up what VTOL jets are like. There are jets IRL. There is a certain class of fighter jet IRL called VTOL, which stands for vertical takeoff and landing or whatever. Jets can literally do that. They can literally hover in the air. Malu's seen VTOL confirmed. I mean, she might as well be, yeah. They describe her as a fighter jet the entire chapter, right? But yeah, VTOL or jump jets are fucking insane. They're fucking crazy. Wish we had more of them in service, but they're just not efficient anymore. Not at least not to modern military standards. But yeah, they're fucking cool. The spear of selection pierced the heart of the dragon's corpse. Its strength utterly spent, it fell to the ground as the knight's body aged far, far beyond its years and crumbled to dust where he stood. As the dragon fell, it witnessed the knight's final moments. Percival, 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 my brother. A great pain racked the dragon's hollow chest. The wind screaming past its ears sounded like deep, heaving sobs. You actually saw one in your hometown a long time ago? Damn, that's sweet. I'd like to actually see like a VTOL and a VTOL jet up close in person too. Even better if I can see it in action too, like hovering in the air. That'd be pretty sick. Yeah, they're so expensive, yeah. They're just not practical anymore. And that's on top of conventional fighter jets just being super expensive to maintain in the first place, yeah.
Well done, my fellow Chaldeans, and you, Castoria of Britain. But we don't have time to celebrate our victory just yet. Technical advisor, status report.
Bing bong! Heavy damage to the Stormborder's right flank, and we used up a ton of fuel during that battle. We'll need to keep the border up here on standby while we refuel and repair. The fuel shouldn't be an issue since we can use the mana in the atmosphere to produce more. We'll need at least 20 minutes to repair the ship though, but I'd really love 30 so we can do it properly.
I see. That long? Alright, figure something out. What about you, administrative advisor? How much time have we lost?
We spent 20 minutes fighting the fire calamity, and it will take 30 more to get the storm border in fighting shape again. Indeed, we won't make it for Carnunos' emergence, but we'll still have 40 minutes until the final catastrophe. More importantly, we have a solid chance of defeating him now. The issue is the other calamity, Bargast. She and her black dogs have burned Oxford to the ground and will soon arrive in Norwich. We simply cannot go after both her and Carnunos in the storm border. If we're going to defeat her, it will have to be with a separate unit. We could always just leave her, dudes. We got a much bigger fish to fry right now. The pit's calamity will destroy the whole world if we don't stop it, but all the black dogs do is burn down cities. The world won't be in any danger if we leave them alone, dudes. I'm inclined to agree, Grimma. Once Bargus leaves Norwich behind and sets out on the ocean, she'll become a calamity for proper human history as well. However, she won't be the first fairy named Bargus to appear in British myth. And the threat she poses can be dealt with later. We can't and shouldn't prioritize her right now. Wait, please, I'd like to request that a separate unit be sent out to handle her anyway. I understand she's not our top priority, and I agree we should focus all our resources on Cernunnos right now. But even so, I'm asking you to let me go after her. I can't just sit by and let Bargus become an enemy of proper human history. Besides, Norwich is both her and Bogart's hometown. Letting her destroy her own home would be tragic.
Kirillite.
Hey, not something. How's it going, man?
What do you think, Tuhu? Mash Kirillite is your personal servant. If you believe she can do this, I'll support your decision. We don't know exactly what kind of calamity Bargus has become, but we do know it'll be one hell of a fight.
Literally.
With that in mind, are you sure you want to do this?
Very well then. Holmes, put together a plan of attack. I don't care how reckless it is. Just make sure it doesn't exceed the time we have until the Stormbird leaves for the pit. Also, I'll need Castoria to stay here on the border. If you two don't make it back in time, she's our best shot against Cernunnos. No, on second thought, we'll need Castoria, Grimmer, and the Stormborder. As long as we have all three, we should be able to take out Cernunnos. So if you two can't make it back before it's time to go, I won't hesitate to leave you behind. Got it? So, if you determine you can't complete this mission, you just come right back here, and keep an eye on the clock either way. This is the one time I will not tolerate disobedience. Get back late and you can expect a week in solitary. Good grief. This is going to be quite the complicated operation. Fortunately, I've always preferred complex cases over simple ones, and I fully respect your decision. In fact, I suspected something like this might happen, so I ensured the Shadow Border was prepared while you were down in the Spirit Cavern. All you need now is a driver. Let's see. Mr. Munier, can I count on you to escort them once more? Yeah, you bet. I'm used to parachuting in and everything now. Why does Gordolf actually want to go? Then it's settled. The calamity at Norwich will be handled by two of our most seasoned members, Miss Tuhu and Mash Kirillite. You'll have 30 minutes to complete the operation. I can't give you any more than that. We'll catapult the Shadow Border towards the outskirts of Norwich. Once you've defeated Bargus, you're to return to the rendezvous point and in the Shadow Border. I know he's a great driver, but still, doesn't he normally want to stay back all comfy and shit? From there, the Stormborder will retrieve the Shadow Border, crew and all, and head for the pit. Any objections, Da Vinci?
Nope, sounds perfect. I was just hoping for a little time to take care of an errand of my own. I just ran a scan on Britain and found out I left something really important back in Salisbury. I need to go back to Mike's pub to pick up Typhone and all of my records of our journey.
Wait, Typhone? He's still back there?
It would be a real shame to leave here without those. You know what? We gave her a really hard job after all. So as soon as we send the Shadow Border on its way, we'll head back to Salisbury. Once we arrive, I'll leave the Stormborder on standby in midair and go pick up Habitrot at the pub myself. After that, we'll fly as close to Norwich as we can and wait for you guys to get back.
Alright, now that we got a plan, there's no time to waste. Marines, you work with nurse and engineer on repairs. Mash and you two get on the Shadow Border. The Storm Border will keep heading towards Norwich until we're ready to launch you. After ejecting the Shadow Border, we'll turn towards Salisbury and drop off Da Vinci.
Don't worry about me. I know Mike's pub like the back of my hand. Okay, see you later, Tuhu. I just know you and Mash are gonna make it back fine too.
Game Press Guide linked your video for this fight? Oh, really? Well, that's pretty cool. A curse upon you. A curse upon the Fane clan. One day, a beast will appear among you. A great black dog with a humanoid appearance and exceptional strength. Don't be shy. Take it. Consider it your reward for banishing the king of the Moors. This beast will grow in accordance with the law of the jungle. The weak are meat for the strong to eat. Survival of the fittest in the truest sense. This horrific fairy, the foulest of all of foul creatures, will live by eating those they love. Tears spilling down her cheeks, she tore into her lover's flesh. This one wasn't part of a clan. He was a new fairy from among the forest children. He was kind, good-natured, and even stronger than her. They recognized each other's talents and at a glance, and fell in love at first sight. She truly loved him from the bottom of her heart, so she was sure this time would be different. But her hunger couldn't be sated. Though she wept in self-loathing, the joy of eating, of taste of flesh in her mouth, and the warmth of it sliding down her throat always won out. Her lover's flesh was delicious, precious, and horrific. It tasted all the better because her love for him had been genuine. It had been 400 years since her birth. Thanks to her meals mixing love, joy, grief, and torment, her mind had shattered long ago. She thought about taking her own life every time she lost another lover, but always changed her mind. It would be so easy to die, but she knew that if she did, all of her dreaded meals would have meant nothing. Her first predation would have been Duke Foulweather. She only ate him to keep Britain safe. After bringing his outstanding mystic into her own flesh, she fought a calamity herself. She was naturally driven to love those who were strong so she could make their abilities a part of herself. That was what survival of the fittest meant to her. Having lived her whole life consuming those she loved, she could no longer die merely because she wanted to. Born naturally strong and raised as a clan's daughter, she knew she had a duty to fulfill the responsibility she had stolen. As long as people placed their trust in the child of calamity, she knew she had to fight for justice more than anyone. That pride was the only thing holding her fractured heart together. But even that had reached its limit. No fairy so horrible could have a right to live. But just as she had pulled out her horn and was about to tearfully end her own life. Who are you? What, hello? Who are you? Why are you crying? In the era of the High Queen 2002, she met a sickly human child. Manchester. I must hurry to Manchester. I must get the ferries there to Chaldea. I must give Adonis at least a little more time. That day, it had been 17 years since she first met the human child. The time she spent with him was the happiest in her life. It was the first time she had ever experienced true peace and fulfillment. Though hesitant about this new love that violated her rule of only loving the strong, she also found joy in it. The human was obviously weak. She would never be tempted to eat him. For someone like her, who had only eaten strong fairies so that she might grow stronger herself, this love was a balm, proof that she wasn't the beast she always dreaded. So she swore to do anything she had to protect this new love. She decided she would fight to protect his beautiful heart. Humans and fairies coexisted peacefully, living as equals. Even if such a thing may still be difficult for all of Britain, she thought she could at least make it happen in her own territory. Hey Draco, how's it going, man? The fairies of Manchester agreed and were thrilled about the idea of migrating to proper human history. It's over for Britain. Or, it's over for Britain. Camelot is already overrun with Moors, and the other cities will follow soon. Before that happens in Manchester, I need to gather my residents and bring them to shore where Chaldea awaits. Even if I can't go with them myself, I can at least make sure they still She exits the woods, finally reaching Manchester. But there. Huh? She sees the fairies of Manchester laughing as they slaughter their human neighbors. Get rid of them! Get rid of them! Get rid of our old toys before we move! Tear off their limbs! Rip out their guts! It's so fun! Ha. The first scream's the best, none of the rest can compare. Now kill them! Kill them! Get rid of them before Bargus gets back so she doesn't find out. Bargus will be furious if she finds out we've been keeping them in our sheds. Bargus will be giddy if she finds out we've been eating them in our sheds every day. Bargus the big eater, Bargus of many loves. If she finds out, she'll punch us for not letting her join the fun. What? What is this? What are you doing? She yelled at the wicked fairies of her town. They smiled and replied, What do you mean? We're just imitating you, Bargus. We know all about it. We saw you in your mansion. We always hid and watched you. You had so much fun playing house. Yeah, you read such wonderful stories. You were enjoying yourself so much every day that we decided to try imitating you. You're imitating me? By killing humans? I killed a human? You treated him so kindly, you cared for him so tenderly, and then you ate him. You ate him right in your manner. It was so much fun to watch, we decided to try it ourselves. And it was fun. Way more fun than just watching. There's nothing more fun than killing humans. I've had this dream so many times. I'm crying. I'm crying while eating the remains of what used to be my lover. Having another good cry, Bargus? Why don't you come over here? You don't have to stop crying. Just tell me what happened today. It's okay. I'll promise I'll never stop liking you, no matter how embarrassing it might have been. I only eat the strong. That's why I thought there was no way I'd eat him. You know, there's something like a fun story to cheer you up in hard times. Why don't I tell you another tale of your favorite Knights of the Round Table? I'll tell you a story of Flotsam that drifted here as the Changeling. A florid, proud, and slightly somber story. A story of the brave knights you've always looked up to. But I've been broken for so long. Strong, weak, it didn't matter anymore. There, look out the garden. The flowers you planted have grown in beautifully. And I see you planted another one for me today, so that I can enjoy them even though I can't walk. All I am is a horrible beast, a monster who only wants to eat those she loves. Going to end your life to atone for your sins? I know how you feel, but let's just take it easy. You're the most truly noble of fairies. You ending your own life would be a tragic loss. So let's make a deal, Bargus. It's still a little too soon for you to take on the curse. I'll seal this memory away for you, so you'll go on believing he's still alive. Don't worry, if things get too hard, just come back to this room, and you can experience his last day again, like a dream. Now come on, let's go. Let's go to the outside world where there's more humans to eat. It'll be so much fun, even more fun than this. I just know we'll be happier with all those humans to play with. I've read about this in a book that arrived as Flotsam. It said creatures that do things like this are called demons. I knew then that I had to kill them. I was wrong. I chose to protect the wrong thing. This isle never had anything in the way of justice. I have to take responsibility. I can't let them go to the outside world. Look, everyone, Bargus is smiling. She's about to do another one of her hilarious performances. Bargus the crybaby. Bargus crying tears of happiness. What kind of prey are you having today? Don't be stingy. Let us try some too. I have to kill every last one of these evil creatures. There it is again. It's all over. Not even the vault castle can keep us safe. Norwich is done for. We're dead if we stay here. Let's make a break for it before that thing chews us up like it did the city walls. What about Lord Spriggan? Shouldn't we take him with us? Who cares about him? He chose to hole up in the vault. He's not our lord anymore as far as I'm concerned. Come on, I'm gonna open the door. Once we're out, head straight for the harbor. As long as we can make it to the sea, we at least won't have to worry about being burned alive. Oh, you were saying? Run away? Idiots. What's the point of going anywhere if I have to leave all this precious art behind? My vault castle is impenetrable. Impenetrable. I spent a hundred years reinforcing the bell tower and making it the strongest tower of pure iron in Britain. It can stand up to any number of Moors. Cut that out. Don't you know how dangerous that is? Who's going to restore all the precious works of art I've been collecting if they get damaged? Nobody, that's who. Not even Morgan understood their true value. It's unbelievable what merely imitating humanity can accomplish. Yes, 90% of this is just worthless junk, but the other 10%, miraculous, diamonds in the rough. Somehow, against all odds, this country produced some of the finest works of pure art ever made. Yes, that's right. It's fine if these fairies don't see its value. Indeed, there would be little point in trying to explain it to those plebeians anyway. Britain's art is mine. It's the only reason I've stayed alive all these years. My soul has been enthralled into this world the moment I first wandered into it. Collecting this treasure has been my raison d'être. That's how I pronounce it. It is mine. It can only be mine. Mine! I'd sooner see Britain burn than give up this priceless bond. Damn it! Will you cut that out already? What in the world is going on out? Oh my. Oh my. Well, that's a hell of a thing. Don't I look the fool for saying I'd rather see Britain destroyed? I can't believe I not only misjudged my clientele, but also my chance to quit while I was ahead. True, I did want a foolish puppet I could manipulate as I pleased, but even that only goes so far. There's nothing so difficult to control as a runaway Philistine. I should have known better than to look down on them. That aside, I thought Morgan or Chaldea would be the ones that destroy Britain. I never could have imagined it'd be one woman's idiot idea. All things begin with the smallest of foundations, however they may flourish. A foundation so small, even the tiniest of insects gnawing at it can bring it all crashing down. All right, we stuck the landing. Norwich is just a stone's thrown away. Hang on tight, I'm flooring it. Damn, it's over 1,000 degrees out there, just like it was at Manchester. And there's a ton of black dogs out there too. Before we get there too, let me just remind you of what Holmes said. From what we know of your past battles with Bargus and what we saw of her in Manchester, it's safe to assume she can absorb the life force of any human with low magical energy resistance who gets too close to her. So this time, you need to stay behind the shadow border and summon your servants remotely. Bargus' magical energy consumption has a 1 kilometer radius, so this will be the greatest distance you've ever summoned from. According to Nemo Professor's calculations, you can only summon 1 shadow servant, 2 if you really push your limits. While we're on the subject, Nemo Nurse also said to tell you that you'll seriously regret it if you try to summon 2. Thank you, Master. Yeah, that's about what I thought you'd say. Don't worry, I'll take the heat from Nurse right there with you. Well, there's the high density magical energy signal we've been expecting. It's 6 kilometers ahead, right in the center of Norwich. Here's the feed from the telescope. Let's see what Bargus looks like. Ah! She's over 40 meters tall, and she's actually eating like lightning. We need the Stormboard to even stand a chance against a monster like that. Are you guys sure you want to do this? It's not too late to turn around, you know. Even Holmes said if worse comes to worse, we don't have to fight her. I'm sure. Please keep going. Please, let me go to her. There's nothing to be afraid of. The old Bargus was much stronger. Seriously? Damn, this Bargus sounds like a hell of a gal. Fine. You sure about this too, right, Tuhu? Because we're coming up on the point of no return real fast now. I will, Master. Opening the hatch and casting leg enhancement spell. Now, here I go. Oh, excuse me. New saber of, or new figure of Salter. Ooh. Let's take a look. From Ami Ami. Damn, and it's even her nightgown outfit or her nighttime outfit. It's fucking $300 though. Holy shit. But it looks good. It looks really good actually. Fucking ew. Alter is probably the best figure manufacturer, by the way. Alter? Oh, the name of the company, the name of the company that created that one is literally called Alter. Nah. What I really need is a what is it? A Brave Chain. So I'm just gonna keep resetting until I get it. Might as well, considering this one only costs what, like 2 AP or something. So. Oh, the Oberon one? Okay. Actually, I kind of wonder if just one Buster card is all we need. I'll try to see if a single Buster card is enough to break her first bar. Alright, we'll work with this, because the game is a little fucking bitch, and won't give me even one Super Orion. what is it? One Super Orion Brave Chain.
天下無双の天下無双の力見せてやら
日向火薬の匂い落ち着いてはい
ほいほい
ターゲット
一二
Yep, good enough. Oh, it actually isn't over.
好き放題扱ってあげましょうまだ倒れません
Oh, yeah, that's right. I can't even use MP here either.
はいよはいほいほいそれだよそらそらそらせい我が矢の届かぬ者はいない
Battle ends after allies other than Mash Kirillite. Oh, okay, so you're just supposed to lose this fight, huh? Keep Mash alive? I'm gonna kill this bitch anyway. Because if one Buster card from Super Ryan can do that, then we'll see what happens.
はち切れそうでしょ まだ倒れません
I'm actually not sure if this is gonna be enough enough damage.
ほいはいよ
But since she removes all buffs, yeah, that's not enough.
それだよ
We need to use another one of Orion's skills. You can try lol. Alright. I guess we're gonna be staying here for another 5 hours trying this until I finally beat her ass. I hope you enjoy that.
天下無双の力見せてやらはいはいよそれだよ1、2の3それだよ逃げられると思うなよ
Actually, I'll let it rock.
了解この私が押し切りますジェイルが押してますか
Alright, let's try that again. Too bad the game keeps making me fucking reset my entire team over and over. Nasu and Aniplex are fucking retards. Five hours, here we go. Yep, you think I'm kidding? Oh, why did the game save my team that time, huh? Fucking autistic ass game. It says because you didn't force close the app? Yeah, hence autistic ass game. Guess we're not finishing Lost Belt 6 today? I mean, I didn't have any plans to finish today realistically with how long this fucking chapter is. But yeah, I guess we're really not finishing today. So we'll do one more stream, or however long it takes me to beat this bitch. Pretty sure I'm not going to be able to do this with one Buster card on the first turn, though. Also, why doesn't the wiki even show the amount of HP that the Beast of Calamity even has on her second break bar? Did they figure that no one would be able to get past this? So it doesn't even fucking matter. Want some guidance for this one? I mean, sure, if you want to save chat from watching me spend the next 5 hours trying to do this on my own. Sure. Though, to be honest, it's more for their sake than it is for mine. You only need to let her NP, not let her break her bar or anything. Draco, you don't understand. I'm gonna try to kill this bitch. Yeah, same reaction as the rest of chat. When you break a bar, she fucks you in the ass. I mean, if anybody's getting fucked in the ass, it's chat. Because here we go on another on a 5-hour journey to see if we can get this done.
了解。押し切はい。ターゲット。はっやー倒します。
$281,000. What was that warning? Why is it now giving me a warning? Oh, is it because I've been losing the battle too many times with games? Oh, here's a tip for you. I didn't know FGO had the journalist mode now too. Wonder if that's any worse than the fact that we have to remake our fucking teams a million times over in this fucking chapter.
Ben, 高らかになれ。
ステータス問題ありません。慣れておりますので。
痛くは投薬し注入します。そこ一遍たりとも。
Oh, of course, now you get your fucking extra chain. You little bitch.
はいよっとほいほいつぶれろつぶれろ月の果てまで吹っ飛びな
Also, Blah Hats, thanks for a 12 and 3 sub.
ベン高らかに問題ありません。
狙いを定めてと
倒れません。ステータスこれで耐えます。
ほいほいはいよほいほいつぶれろ1、2の3つぶれろ逃げられると思うなよ おいはいよっとつぶれろそらそらそら月の果てまで吹っ飛びな
了解。押し切
は
ります。
いよっと
ターゲット。
1、2の3ギリシャ一の
Come on, dude, pull it together. I knew you were pushing yourself too hard. I've been following along on the monitor, and just no way you can beat her. She's consuming enough magical energy to kill a mage easy. I'm gonna contact Mash and get her out of there. She doesn't stand a chance by her Huh? Am I seeing things, or is her shield glowing? Are those new spirit origin signals? Here, I'll throw the data on the monitor. Recognize them, Tuhu? Huh? Why are you getting up like... What the... How many stim ampules did you just take? You're still gonna do this? Nurse said 2 servants was your limit. Your fire has razed the city to the ground. You become a demonic dog that burns fairies alive and feasts under smoke and lightning. You're a completely different creature than the knight I met before. You no longer know the city or even remember your own name. I know there's no way I can defeat you. You'd probably devour most heroic spirits before they even had a chance. Even so, I can't let you win. Not here. There were fairies who looked up to you, fairies who wanted nothing more than to come back here. Do you see the shield? This is the shield of the heroic knights you once admired. Rob, Wag, Winky. They didn't put their faith in me just so I could give up now. I am Mash Kirlight, the Knight of Sheffield. I am the Knight of the Round Table who will banish the calamities and save Britain from its fate. Well said, young maiden. You spoke not from anger at your enemy, but to inspire yourself. I have heard your stirring cry, and cannot stand idly by. I hope you can forgive my tardiness. Would you permit me to join you on this battlefield, Lady Mash? I'm surprised you got here before me, Sir Gawain. I thought it was my duty to protect beautiful maidens. Then again, it seemed I was getting ahead of myself. This young lady clearly needs no escort. Her fighting spirit and bravery are truly like spring thunder. I doubt even our fellow knights could hope to match her. But do not think I will let you keep the honor of fighting at her side to yourself, Sir Gawain. I'm not going anywhere, no matter how I may be mocked for being a hovering parent. What do you think this is? Some kind of parents' day at school? I mean, what are you two doing here? I thought heroic spirits and proper human history couldn't be summoned to this Britain. So it would seem, but it appears we are a special case. There must have been people in this land who assumed our names. So if they were making use of our names, it's only fair that they should make some room for us as well. Indeed, I have no way of knowing who in this land chose to carry on my name, but it is thanks to their reckless bravery, nay, their exploits, that I am able to be here now. This spirit origin will only last a few minutes, but that will suffice. Gawain, I leave the left legs to you. This demonic dog is clearly Cath Palug's equal. We have no time to argue. I could say the same to you, Lancelot. Do not take needless risks simply because Lady Mash is here. Remember, failure is not an option, not with these three knights at a round table fighting together. Now, to arms, comrade. Together we shall carve a path for the shield knight. Indeed, let's be about it. Thank you, you two. With your help, I should be able to defeat her. No, to save her. Her name is Bargist. She's a loyal knight who has always done her best to protect this Britain. She used her strength to protect the weak and prayed for a world where they could live in peace. Black Calamity, leader of the fairy-eating beasts, as one entrusted with the name of a knight from the Round Table, I will see that you go no further. Why the fuck does this dude have... Why the fuck does this battle have so many fucking battle conditions? Because story difficulty? Yeah, okay. The most difficult thing to deal with in this Lost Belt wasn't any of the fights, but the fact that we had to fucking remake our teams over and over. The rest of this chapter's difficulty is a fucking joke.
ベル高らかになれ。ベルトに関する残留十分。治療を再開いたしましょう。
ステータスこれで耐えます。
天下無双の力見せてやら。狙いを定めていくと天下無双の力見せないよっと
痛くはありません。
つぶれろ
どうぞ。
つぶれろ
問題ありません。慣れておりますので。
No, Super Orion cards. That's fucking lovely.
Junior
ほいほい
押し切ります。
1、2、
そうです。
はいよっとはいよ
投薬します。注入します。
はいよっとつぶれろ
一遍たりとも。そうです。
ほいほいはいよっと
痛くはあ
はいよ
りません。
つぶれろ
一遍たりとも。
倒れません。ステータスこれで耐えます。
注入します。投薬します。どうぞ。清潔に。
相手
夜に。
これだ邪念立つべし円卓の名においてここが勝負どころです
良き営みを守りたまえ。
はいはいよつぶれろせい1、2の3 矢の届かぬ者はいない。九条はもう天下無双の力見せてやら。はいよ、いざアルテミス、その力を貸してくれ。お前と一緒なら負ける気がしない。アルテミス、アルテミス、つぶれろ。良い試合でした。
Die,
あ
bitch.
なたに感謝。
The beast's magical energy signal is gone, and the smoke and the fire that was covering Norwich disappeared along with it. She did it, Tuhu. Mash actually banished a whole calamity. I can't believe it. Oh geez, you barely pulled through too. I can't believe you remote summoned 2 servants, twice no less. Just lie down and rest, okay? We have 10 minutes until our rendezvous with the Stormborder, and Mash should be back soon, so... yeah, you should have just enough time to grab a few winks. For some reason, I can just tell when and where he'll try to strike. We're both worthless, good for nothings at heart. I was always thinking more about how things would end than how long they keep going. Remember that well, and don't let your guard down until it's well and truly over. The battle is over. The Knights of the Round Table have successfully banished the calamity. In its final moments, it almost seemed like the enormous hound was weeping. Whether in gratitude or suffering, I do not know. Thank you, Sir Gawain, Sir Lancelot. Thanks to you two, I was able to show her what true Knights of the Round Table are like, just like she wanted. Still, she paid a heavy price for her victory. As the report said, there were signs that the Round Shield will perform a chain summon on the night Sheffield was destroyed, by importing their names. The land of the Fae had given the Knights of the Round Table a place to exist in this lost world, and as Galahad, Mash Curelite had benefited most of all from that arrangement. The summons themselves had been performed by the Round Table, and the heroic spirits who answered it appeared only briefly. But even without paying a price for the contract, Mash's stamina and mental energy were heavily depleted. I'm pretty exhausted, but I don't have any major injuries and my respiratory system is fine. Thank goodness. Just a little rest, and I should be back on my feet. Oh, right, I should let Munier know that I'm done. I can make it back to the Shadow Border in 4 minutes, so you can just wait there for... In her current state, Mash should be able to recover her strength and magical energy to combat-ready levels in 3 minutes, and make it back to the Shadow Border in 2 kilometers away in less than 1. However... be careful, Miss Little Red Riding Hood. When you're that tired, you're easy pickings for any wolf who happens to come along. Senpai, what are you doing here? Never mind that now. We need to get your wound treated. Get behind me, Master. And thank you for helping me recover my strength almost instantaneously. It's a good thing you got here when you did. Well, shit. You ran all the way here from the border? What a killjoy. Didn't anyone ever tell you that you're supposed to stick to combat support? What a piss-poor excuse for a master you are. Now you went and ruined the meal I've been looking forward to for nearly forever. Ugh, you're the worst. Guess I must have lost a step if I messed up something so easy. Barrel Gut, I thought you might still be alive. Of course I am. Can't go dying when I've still got a reason to live. Isn't that right, Mash? I'm sorry I left you alone for so long. I didn't get tired of you, I promise. Just lots of crap getting in our way. Not only have there been no opportunities for us to spend time alone together like we used to, but you even got healthy enough to get up and start moving around on your own, just like the doctor planned. Man, I miss Ardea's and Caldea's treatment room. You always looked so bored in there. That's why I went in to liven things up. You didn't have much in the way of human emotions back then, but you still had the same response to the pain as anyone. I still remember the sound of the bones in your fingers snapping and the way your screams echoed around the room. It was like I was playing in a concert hall and you were the piano, just the two of us, alone in the world. Ugh, my head is killing me. The hell's going on? Yeah, whatever. There's no doctor here now. Sure, there's someone else trying to spoil our fun, but she won't come between us for much longer. Sorry to keep you waiting for so long, Mash. I'm talking about love, of course. I don't want to kill Mash. I just want to love her. So stay out of this, alright? Go on, Mash. Tell her. Tell her this is just how we communicate. Tell her this is my love language. That may be true. You never had any malicious intent toward me, murderous or otherwise. When you broke my fingers in the treatment room, you even seemed genuinely concerned for my condition. You listened intently to my cries of pain. And you said that was love. You said it wasn't joy that moved you, but the sight of agony. Well, of course. I'm only human. I never had many friends I could really relate to. Same with interests, really. It's hard to find someone who... Damn it. I was hoping I could take my time with this, but it looks like my head's going now. That Morse curse finally caught up to me. But that's okay. It just means I won't be able to act human anymore. So before that happens, I'm going to take my blushing bride and be on my way. Mind giving us your blessing, Kohai? Go. Save the world if that's what it does for you. Everyone's got their kinks. I don't really get it, but hey, different strokes for different folks, you know? All I ask in return is that you keep your fucking nose out of other people's love lives.
よう、どこに行くんだ、マシュ。お前はここにいなきゃダメだろう。なあ。
女神モード降臨。たっぷり性能
Hey, Lawrence, also thanks for the 31 months. Appreciate it.
していきます
Of course, literally no fucking Aussie cards.
倒れません。ステータスアップ。これで耐えます。
褒美をやろう、光なき者、全能の神よ、我が業を見よ、我が無限の好機、太陽はここに降臨する。ラムセンヌテンティース。
退屈させたか。さっ
心落ち着いて。それは全ての傷、全ての怨恨を癒す我らが故郷。権限せよ、ロードキャメロット。ターゲット。はい。ターゲット。
退屈させたか。
倒れ。神明了解。神明了解。押し切ります。それは全ての傷、全ての怨恨を癒す我らが故郷。権限せよ、ロードキャメロット。ターゲット。フッ。倒します。
地上にファラオの真意を見るがいい。
好き放題扱ってあげましょう。神明ターゲット。それは全ての傷、全ての怨恨を癒す我らが故郷。権限せよ、ロードキャメロット。
退屈させたか。
ステータスアップ。これで耐えます。田舎の匂い、火薬の匂い。
よかろ。ダジャクダジャク。もろい。ダジャクダジャク。ファラオに歯向かう愚か者めが。地上にあってファラオに不可能なし。
倒れません。
万物万象我が手中にあり。褒美をやろう。全能の神よ、我が業を見よ、我が無限の好機、太陽はここに降臨せよ。ラムセンヌテンティース。ダジャクダジャク。ファラオに歯向かう愚か者めが。
退屈させたか。さっ
ファラオの地上にあってファラオに不可能な
神明
万よ。
会長、私は最悪の全ての傷、全ての怨恨を癒す我らが故郷。権限せよ、ロードキャメロット。
もろい。ダジャクダジャク。
戦闘終了。お役に立てま
Should
した。
scream a little louder. Can't hear your pathetic voice enough. Although he was a mage, Beryl Guts' true profession and passion was killing. He learned the dark arts from his mother, one of the Magecraft world's rejects, and a witch. In the Mages Association, witch is not simply a word for a female mage. They are considered completely different creatures from humans. Supernatural beings by nature, witches created the Mage Association's Humana, or botany department, which studies curses and medicines, and were also involved in the establishment of the first magic. But there are no witches present in the Mages Association anymore. As time went on and civilization developed further, they changed both their form and their way of life. Beryl Guts' mother was one such witch. The witches' transformations were myriad. Some returned to the earth, some returned to the past, and some joined the first. Mages thought that these transformations were miraculous and spoke of them in reverent tones. Meanwhile, some witches abandoned their way of life and assimilated into civilized society, with some of them falling so low as to become human. Witches who had fallen were treated with neither compassion nor respect. No matter what kind of magecraft or mystics they possessed, no mage would recognize them as human. As far as they were concerned, any witch who had survived to the modern day as a human was no more than refuse. Hey, Gran, why do witches die if they fall in love with a human? A young Beryl posed this question to the witch claiming to be his mother one day. His mother, who more closely resembled an enormous toad in a robe than a human being, replied,
Why, that's easy. It mixes bloodlines. That rots our souls. We're fairies, you see. We don't give birth to children. I'm my own daughter, see? But I screwed up. I screwed up real bad. Why'd I end up looking like this? Please, let me go back. Let me go back to my old form. Curse the Mindster. Curse that little wench. So what if she's Humana's descendant? Does that mean she gets to do whatever she wants? Even though I screwed up, I'm the one who was deceived. If only I'd never met him. If I'd never gotten involved with the human, then everyone would have been stuck with a brat like you.
She apologized the moment the words left her mouth.
I'm sorry, Beryl. I don't know why I said that. You're my precious son, my darling boy. It's okay, Gran. I know you don't mean it. Now, don't cry. No, don't cry. You can't see the stars in your eyes when you cry. They're your best feature, prettier than anyone else's. Beryl. Oh, thank you, Beryl. You're the only one I can count on. The only thing I have worth living for.
Beryl Gut lived with his mother away from human society, where she taught him all manner of curses and rituals. It's unclear how much influence these spells, most of which used life as their chief ingredient, had on Beryl's personality. He learned things like how to track prey and how to make a witch's pot that could cross two living things together. He learned how to conceal himself, how to make deadly poison, how to turn karma into tumors, how to amplify pain, and how to borrow against misfortune. He especially loved spells suited to assassination and torture, and his mother happily trained him.
So there's no more spells you have left to teach me? I see. That's too bad, Mum.
Then, one day, Beryl put out his mother's eyes and left the forest behind him. After that, he did as he pleased. He sold his services as a mage who dealt exclusively in killing, and for a time, life was good. But eventually, he had killed so many people, he could no longer live comfortably, even in the underworld. Then, just as he was looking for a new place to call home, he was recruited to Chaldea by its director, Marisbury Animosphere, and came to what would be his third homeland, a base in the Antarctic. There, he saw a creature so ugly he could scarcely believe his eyes.
Whoa, you gotta be shitting me. What the hell is that? I thought Chaldea was supposed to be a humane organization about preserving humanity. So how does that thing figure into your mission, Doctor?
This creature's ugliness wasn't a matter of its appearance, but rather its way of life. It was incomplete, like an eternally premature infant. Beryl laughed and said it reminded him of a balut egg. And on top of that...
Hey, Doctor, what's that girl's name? I've seen a ton of people over the years, and that girl right there, she's something special. She might have a long way to go now, but one day she's gonna be prettier than anyone else.
It seems Beryl may have inherited his mother's green thumb, as he had a gift for growing flowers. He knew that this one might be a miserable sight now, but in 10 years, she would bloom into something beautiful. And so, he decided to watch over the flower's growth. It brightened his dreary days.
That said, I don't actually know the first thing about art. Whenever I go to a new country, I always make sure to visit its biggest art museum. I've seen a lot of renowned landscapes and paintings, but I didn't think much of them. I could tell they were well made, of course, but that's all. For the longest time, I figured I just wasn't the kind of guy who could appreciate beautiful things. But then I fell in love, Mash. I finally got to know who I really am. I don't hurt you because it's fun or because I hate you. I hurt you because I care about you. I hurt you so I can love you. That's the kind of guy I am. I'm just the type of guy who can only recognize beauty once it's been damaged. So I'm gonna keep you safe from everyone and everything. I'm not gonna let the doctor or Marisbury have their way with you. I'm not gonna let them give you a serious light. That was my condition for becoming their cleanup guy. Remember this, Mash. I'm not gonna die as long as you're around. I'll always have fun in the world with you in it. Hard to believe, isn't it? I know. I can hardly believe it myself. But it's true. You're the most important thing in this world, in this whole world to me. So, you don't mind, right, Mash? I want to see you suffer more than anything.
Beryl Gut? Beryl Gut was taken into temporary custody, and his access to that area of Chaldea was revoked. This is a year before that fateful day, Team A embarked on their first experimental ray shift.
Huh? That's weird. Why are you punching me, Doctor? Are you trying to take her away from me again? Wait, please, you can't do this to me. I still haven't felt anything. I only accepted the shitty deal to be brought back to life because you said they said you were here. All I wanted was to see you again.
It's okay, Master. He can't do anything anymore.
Haha, you sure?
That's it. Those eyes are beautiful. You've gotta take good care of them. You've only got 2 after all. You don't have to run. I'll keep you safe. I love you. I love you, Mash. I love you from the bottom of my heart.
Yes, I'm sure you do. But I don't understand what you call love, Beryl. And I don't think anyone ever will. Okay, the Shadow Border is on its way to Norwich, so now it's my turn. I'll be back in 20 minutes.
Right. I know you said Salisbury is the safest city in Britain, so I'm sure you'll be alright, but are you certain you don't want to take along a bodyguard or 2 just to be safe? I know the captain and the Marines have to stay safe on the storm border to make repairs, but you could always ask Grimmer or Castoria to go along with you, no? For that matter, while it pains me to say it, I could have Holmes accompany you too, or even go with you myself if necessary.
You, Gordy? But I thought you hated singularities.
I do, and for Lost Belts too, for that matter. Hell, I don't even want to think about setting foot outside the border. But circumstances being what they are, I can't afford to be choosy. Besides, I have a bad feeling about this.
Man, you really are a warrior, aren't you, Gordy? I appreciate the thought, but it'd be fast if I go alone. I already passed for a ferry in Salisbury. I know my way around here, too. Or way around there, too. Besides, we only have one pair of jet wings, remember? Don't worry, I'll be fine. I'm just gonna swoop in, pop over the pub, and come back with Habitrot. In and out. Okay, be back soon. Take care of the Stormboarder while I'm gone, Captain. Of course, I may be the ship's captain, but you're its brain. We need you back here as soon as possible. Oh, you know just as well as I do that Professor can handle things here too. Still, I appreciate the vote of confidence. I'll be extra quick, just for you.
The city's burning. It's been burning forever now. There haven't been any wind tidings from Lady Aurora. Everyone's the city's changed. Of course, I'm not surprised. Deep down, we are all jealous of each other. We pretended to laugh while we actually seethed. We pretended to be sad while we secretly smiled. That's just what we fairies are like. So, of course, this is how things turned out. The pub's so quiet now. There's no sign of the fairies who used to smile and laugh here anymore. Nobody comes to my pub at all. I guess Britain really is done for. But that's okay. Things are just back to the way they were before. My pub was always like this. Drab, boring, a far cry from the places on Main Street, just like me. All the exciting recent stuff was just a special occasion, an unbelievably fun, once-in-a-lifetime exception. Phew, good thing I made it here without anyone seeing me. That was too damn close for comfort. Man, Gordy was right. I had no idea things had gotten so bad here. Da Vinci, you came back. Well, this is great. I'm so glad you're alright. Things took a really bad turn at the cathedral, right? I was so worried about you.
Hey, Mike. Good to see you safe and sound, too. Not that I was especially worried about you. Your pub's pretty sturdy, and you're not the type to take any unnecessary risks. I knew you wouldn't let the rumors mess with you or take to the streets like the other fairies.
Yeah, of course not. I've been in the kitchen all this time coming up with new recipes. Here, Da Vinci, check this out. This one's really something. I found out you can make a really thin kind of bread with buckwheat flour that I got from Norwich. Then you can put all kinds of yummy things on top, like cream, ham, veggies.
Whoa, that's amazing, Mike. You invented Gillettes. Not even Norwich managed to come up with those, and they've been breaking the Queen's laws to do whatever they wanted for ages. You must have been doing a lot of experimenting to figure this out. This is a proud moment for me as a teacher.
Yeah, I did. I worked really hard at it. It was tough but fun. It wasn't easy, but it was really fulfilling. It's like a whole new world's opened up. I'm not the same useless Mike I was before. I'm a fully fledged fairy now. It's all thanks to you.
Oh, you're giving me too much credit. I didn't make you into a hard worker. You had that going all for you all along. You would have made something of this pub eventually, even if I had never showed up.
Where are you going, Da Vinci? What's on the second floor?
Oh, I just popped back to get something I forgot. I need to grab Typhon and Habitrot and go back to our ship as soon as possible.
Go back? Where to?
Our ship's parked up in the air. Once I get back, we're gonna go take care of the Calamity. Say, here's a thought. I know Gordy won't be happy about it, but do you want to come with us? That riot out there isn't calming down anytime soon, yeah? Having one fairy come along won't make any difference.
No, thanks. I'll stay here. Here's fine. Besides, I've still got the basement. I'll be safe no matter what. Yeah, it's safe here. There's nowhere safer. There's no point in going out. We can just stay here forever.
Habitrot, are you up? Are you still conscious? Yeah. Is that you, Da Vinci? Da Vinci, I knew you'd come back for me. I wish I could have gone to meet you myself, but oh well. You don't have to say anything. Your face is everything I need to know. That's good. Keep things simple. Yeah, it does. I don't know how things ended up like this or why you made the choice you did. But after scanning all of Britain with the border, this is the only conclusion that made sense. You are going to help us, right? Of course. Besides, it's been kind of tough staying awake all this time. I hate to ask, but would you mind carrying me? I can't really move so well anymore. You bet. That was the plan. Thanks for everything, Habitrot. You really are a bride's best friend.
I know the truth, Da Vinci. I know you're not a human or a fairy, but I don't think Tuhu or any of the others do. You're stronger than a human or a fairy, but your life's much, much shorter, and pretty soon, it's gonna end.
Okay, I've got Typhone Mark II as well. Now I better hurry. I've already taken a lot longer than I meant to.
So, why not just stay here? That way, you'll live at least a little longer than if you go back outside.
Sorry for all the trouble, Mike, but I'm really glad you were here. And I don't just mean for today, I mean all of it. If I hadn't met you, our journey would have been a lot harder. So thanks for listening to me that day. Pub life turned out to be a lot of fun. And since I might not get another chance to say this, I just want to tell you that you've got a lot more going for you than you realize. And I just know you've got lots of days filled with even more fun ahead of you. Alright, take care now. I'm off to save the world.
Da Vinci's turning around and heading for the door. Her back is completely exposed. She's gonna leave forever unless I do something. Without Da Vinci, I'll just go back to being my boring old self. I don't want that. I don't even want to think about it. The whole idea is too frightening. I need Da Vinci here. She should stay here. She'll live longer that way too. The door opens, and she steps out. The knife I clutched in my hand, just out of sight, clatters to the floor. I stare at her back as she shrinks into the distance, barely able to see her through my tears. That's right, Da Vinci. Da Vinci wouldn't be Da Vinci if she wasn't free. Going wherever she wants is what makes her Da Vinci. She knows she doesn't have much time, but she still keeps reaching for her dreams. That's why she shines so bright. So I have to see her off. I have to keep smiling to the end. I used to think this place was a dream world where we could have anything we wanted, but I was wrong. Real dreams aren't easily obtained. That's why every day is so hard and so fun. That's what makes life worth the struggle, even if the world around you is about to end. Even if you're a horrible monster like us fairies. Yeah. Farewell, my friend from a far-off world. Thank you for coming to Britain. Thank you for coming to my pub. Thank you for all those wonderful days. They truly were a dream come true. And so, the angel spread her wings and flew straight through the dangerous city into the world beyond.
Now, if only a couple more fairies existed in Britain that were like Mike. Alright, Mesh, Monier, and Tuhu are back from Norwich. And Da Vinci is back from Salisbury. All our units have completed their missions, and we can set a course for the pit. But before we can leave, we still have time to do one last run-through of the operation. Commander Gordolf, would you do the honors?
Right, of course. These run-throughs are important after all. I appreciate your consideration. Right then, listen up, Chaldea Lost Belt field team and local collaborators. We are about to fly to the pit and begin our battle against Carnunos. This should be our final battle in Britain, so don't worry about saving your strength for later. I want you all to use everything you can, every special technique, and every ace up your sleeve. I mean it. You guys are always holding back one last trick. This time I want to see no holding back, and no last minute surprises. We're just gonna carry out this operation as we planned it, and we're gonna defeat Carnunos. Remember, we were all wiped out once before. It's only thanks to that witch Koinskaya that we're still here. And according to Da Vinci, there's no more sign of her spirit origin anywhere in Britain. I'd say the odds are good that she's already left this lost belt behind, and good riddance. At any rate, remember, this is our last shot at this. Don't count on getting a third chance. Good. Now then, would you go over the particulars, Administrative Advisor?
Certainly, Commander Gordolf. Repairs on the storm border are complete, and our flight and weapon systems are fully operational. Meanwhile, it has been 20 minutes since Cernunnos reappeared in the pit. Going from our previous experiences, the calamity hands that assaulted us will appear in another 40 minutes. But just like the fire calamity that attacked the storm border earlier, we expect there to be a change in Cernunnos this time as well, specifically defensive systems. Once he realizes we have a divine construct on board in the form of Castoria, there is a very high chance that this calamity will try to attack us. And since it simply is impossible to evade all those cursed hands, this time we will pour everything we have into a defensive anti-curse layer and take them directly. Isn't that correct, Grimma?
Yep, you got it, dude. I'm gonna put a meditation spot, a well, up on the deck. Proxy or not, I'm still the god of wisdom. If I really concentrate, I can turn this whole ship into sacred ground, dude. I couldn't do much against Albion's thermic rays, but I can definitely hold off spiritual interference, dudes. So I'll take on Cernunnos' curse, his anger, myself. He and I are both Celtic, so the least I can do is hear him out, you know? There you have it. With Grimma the Sage's help, the Storm Border can get close enough to Cernunnos to fight him. Last time, he destroyed Camelot 50 minutes after he appeared, so we'll need to defeat him before that happens. Our combat team will consist of Tuhu, Mash, and Castoria. Though naturally, since he'll be on the deck, Grimma will also participate as needed, as will Chaldea's servants. We have 30 minutes to win this battle, starting now. Do be sure to keep that in mind, Master Tuhu.
We just passed Oxford, 5 minutes until we have visual on Cernunnos. Should I keep going straight, or should I make a little detour?
No need for a detour, Marine. Grimma, prepare for battle, if you would. It's time for us to get rid of the final calamity. Nervous? Me too. I mean, think about it. We're about to fight a god. A god. It doesn't really get much more intimidating than that as opponents go, does it? Not that I'm one to talk. I only just learned about proper human history at the site of selection, after all. But you must be used to these kinds of things, right, Tuhu? I mean, this is far from your first time, right? I see. Well, that's a relief. Now I know it's okay. Now I know it's okay to be nervous too. But could you pick up my staff for me if I end up dropping it from sheer nerves? Nope. Doing everything all on my own still beyond me, so I'm glad I have others to pick up my slack. No luck there, I'm afraid. Still as in the dark as as ever. But that's okay. I might not know why I keep persevering, but I think there was someone who did know. Oh, but I'm getting off track. Tuhu, I wanted to thank you now while I still can. Once we defeat Cernunnos, I'll go back to Avalon, and you'll go back to your own world. This me is just what was left after Muramasa took over the final part of the Sacred Sword's creation for me. Once I use up my magical energy, my role will be complete, and I'll fall into a deep sleep. Just like how King Arthur left for Avalon in your world. So yeah, after we've dealt with the calamity, I'm going home to paradise. I've always known where I'd return one day. I've known since I sacrificed myself to the site of selection. No, since I first floated to the surface. But before I leave, there's one other thing I have to do. I have to pay you back for everything you've done for me. For Avalon LaFay like me, saving Britain means restoring this false Britain to the way it should be. But you and your companions were different. You knew it was false, and you still wanted to save it. So I figured, just this once, I'd like to share the same goal. As long as you keep holding on to hope, this Avalon LaFay will keep listening to you. And not just so that you can save Britain, so you can save the world. By the way, Tuhu, I have a question for you. What part of this journey did you enjoy the most? And don't say Manchester. Me? Let me think. I think I was definitely the most fired up for the chocolate making and the most shocked in Norwich. But I think my happiest memory was in the Welsh woods the 14th day after we met. That's when we shook hands for the 3rd time. I just want to help the child of prophecy on top of that. Man, that was so cool. Woo! And so on that note, here, this will be our last one. Distance to Carnunos, 5 kilometers. Descending to begin our final approach to the target now. Contact in 2 minutes. All hands, get to your seats and strap in until we get there. But the most fun I actually had was on our 11th day in Gloucester. For you, it was probably nothing special. But it was my first time taking a walk down a big street with someone I really liked. We have a visual on Carnunos. Lookouts. Status report. The target's making a move. I'm picking up multiple magical energy signals from the bottom of the pit. It's the curse hands, putting up an anti-curse layer and the anti-misfortune barriers now. Oh man, are we sure those will be enough? They're pouring at us like the Niagara Falls. Don't worry, I'll push them all back at once, dudes. In my death, I speak of life, dude. Oh god, oh fuck. I can't pronounce that. Oh, Mimes Brunner? Whatever. A ley line of mistletoe. Sever the past and grow towards the future, dude. For the next 9 days, no folly shall be tolerated, dude. Cross the twilight. Gambontaine Valhalla. Gambontaine Valhalla. Dude. Perfect pronunciation, yeah. Clearly, I must be making the big bucks voice acting, right? Wow, those cursed hands just turned into light and vanished. There's a second wave incoming now, but with that working for us, we shouldn't have anything to work. Damn it. He countered my retaliating curse, dude. Chaldea, Tuhu, you're not getting another shot. You need to finish this now, dudes. Absolutely. The armor may provide some protection, but we can't avoid the atmospheric magical energy contamination. Master Tuhu will therefore remotely summon servants from the command room to aid in battle, while continue to provide Miss Kirillite with magical energy. Let's begin our fight against Carnunos, shall we? It's time to bring Britain's calamities to an end, once and for all.